Alright, hello chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back. I know that yesterday I said that I would probably be starting a new game to be playing through today. But then it hit me that I haven't played Elden Ring in a long time. And like a good bit. And I went and looked at my dashboard, and sure enough, it's been like a month and like 4 or 5 days, I think it was, since we last played Elden Ring. So I felt it was about time to get one of these in. Context? Huh? What there is no context. Anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. But hello, Dream Master. Hello, Ace. Oh, for my name? I've been wanting to make my name something that's easier to remember. I forgot I'm starting something new today. And I wanted it to be short, easy to remember, blah, blah. Everyone's called me Chol for however long now. I don't have any creative names off the top of my head. So unless someone has one before I get going, I'll just name it. I'll just label him what he is, and I can always change it in-game by doing the thing. Does my camera look yellow? Oh. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Because I didn't... Yep. I was like, man, that doesn't look right. There we go. That's better. Leon Kennedy. We're not... we couldn't even play Leon Kennedy in Elden Ring. There's no pew-pew. First I thought it was Chloe. Yeah, it's gonna happen a lot. But a lot of people are gonna think that it's that. Because when I had it as my Steam name for a while, every multiplayer game, people would call me Chloe when they read my username. Because that was when I was doing Apex a lot. Or I should say, I was playing Apex a lot. Because some people know, I was really good at Apex for a while. Like genuinely good. Not like top tier, but I was playing ranked super consistently. I was very consistently a diamond player, like every split. Like I used to actually be good at Apex. And around that time, my name was Chol on Steam for a while. And everyone called me Chloe. Because I would solo queue a ton when I played Apex. Because I couldn't be bothered to like only wait and play when I have a 3-stack, so I would solo queue my way up to whatever rank I would get each split, normally diamond. But yeah, everyone misreads it. That's something that I knew going in. What happened to Hogwarts Legacy? Man, I so burnt out on Hogwarts Legacy. That game, it's really good, but it's got too much bloat to it. It's just, there's so much shit to do. And I don't want to do any of it, you know? Like, it's a game that got really hard for me to sit down and play 4 hours of at a time. The main story's fine, but it just, that game is really bloated. Hogwarts Legacy is a great example of, like, an open world game that is good, but is just let down by feeling like you need to fill out the world with like pointless content. Yeah, I never am able to do it. I didn't think I would be able to. Sure enough, ADHD kicking in? Eh, not really. I think it's just 100%ing it was miserable. If I had just like played it normally and not 100%ed it, I would have finished it like 3 times over, I think. Because I played what, like 75 hours? I think something, let's see. It's not hard to look. Steam, games that I have installed currently, 76 hours I played of Hogwarts Legacy. I feel like I have to go and fight the soldier. It's a bit of a tradition for me to go and fight him. Even though there's literally no point to doing the tutorial in Elden Ring. Like, this little cave is just so... There's no purpose for it, really. But it's just become a tradition for me to go and fight the Soldier of Godric. The hardest boss in the game. Everyone hypes up Melania. There's just no way she's the hardest. It's gotta be Soldier of Godric, right? Oh, I should say for context, in the last couple of Elden Ring characters that I played on stream, I did that thing where I went and like did some wiki research and had a whole thing written out. I started doing that for this guy, and then I just didn't want to. Completely honestly. So I have like a vague idea of some of the stuff that I want to do with the character, but I'm kind of just gonna play the game more casually on this run and throw it together as I go. That really is the plan. How do you... Oh my god, that's not a thing in Elden Ring. Wow, I don't know where that came from. My Dark Souls muscle memory kicked in, and I was trying to do the kick, or like the shove kind of move. If you've played the older Souls games, you know what I mean. Where you like flick the stick forward and hit the attack button right at the same time. And you can do like a little kick move to get their shields to drop. I was trying to do it, and I was like, why is it not working? I have to fight Soldier of Rick. It has to happen. It's just such a tradition for me at this point. I can't not start, or sorry, I can't start an Elden Ring character and not go and fight the Soldier of Rick. I beat the last War of the Chosen DLC boss last night. So, from what I'm gathering then, War of the Chosen kind of just adds new, like, bosses. I guess just adds new, like, objectives into the main campaign, but, like, the basic progression is mostly the same. It's that sort of expansion. Where, like, the beginning of the game is about the same, the end of the game is the same, but there's more stuff in the middle. That's kind of my favorite type of expansion, I won't lie. Just adding more stuff into the game. Ah, no, I can't. That is not the first time I've nearly died to Soldier of Rick. Ah, shit. Ow. My heals. Man, my parry god abilities are not, they're not here today. I was trying to do it for the style points. It almost got me killed. It's about my new hyperfixation. Mm-hmm. Go for it. Want spoilers, or shall I keep it vague? Part of me is like, of course no spoiler, but the other part of me is like, with how long Enemy Unknown has been taking me. And then there's the expansion for it. And then I need to play 2 like as released. And then I get to War of the Chosen. I got into fantasy again. Creating my own fantasy book. Are we talking fantasy like the genre? Or a franchise that I am not aware of? What is this? Okay, you do start with a seal. I started with a class this time, which is also not normal for me. I haven't played this class before, but it seemed to start with pretty much about what I want from a character like this. Only downside is stat spread is not, what's it called, min-maxed off the bat, which I'm normally a bit of a fiend for, but again, this time I was like, you know what? I just want to play a more laid-back, casual Elden Ring character for once. Speaking of min-maxing, though, I kind of want to do Borderlands streams as like a random game. I just want to do more random games that aren't like brand new, like full formal playthrough sort of thing. I just want to do more random streams on a lot of days. You know, maybe I could do it. What does square off even do? Oh, is it? It seems like unsheath in a way. What if I heavy with it? It doesn't seem all that great. Shit. Ah, no. My range. I have range problems, apparently, with this sword. Ah! Ah! That does a lot of damage. Huh. I was gonna say, is this an attack or not? Ah! Okay, big man. You know, it actually... I might be able to prove my Elden gamer here. This doesn't seem all that bad when I'm starting with gear. Which I pretty much never start with gear. I always go with Clubman. And I go full caveman run in the early game. Ow! That hurt a lot. That almost... I think if he hits me again, he'll one-shot me. I think I have to use my last flask this early. What? Ow. Ah. My game's all stuttery because I just reinstalled it. It was not on my hard drive for a while. Oh, I was about to joke about FromSoft PC ports. A patch came out for the Last of Us port yesterday. Can't speak to the quality because obviously I haven't played it, and I haven't really seen anyone talk about it. But in the patch notes, they did say that they've massively reduced the CPU load on the game. Which, if I take them at their word, would massively help the frame rate. Digital Foundry ended up doing a video on the port, which I was kind of waiting for. They did an hour-long deep dive comparing, like, a mid-end PC, a PC that's pretty much exactly mine, spec-wise, which was just convenient for me to watch. But it literally was, like, about equal to my PC. It was the PS5 version, and then, like... I'm trying to think of the CPU. Like an i9 12900 and, you know, a 4090. Like, pretty much the best computer that money could buy was the third system. And that video was something else. It made me realize that the port was even worse than I thought. And I already didn't have the most positive things to say about it. But that video made me realize just how bad it really was. Because they pointed out issues that I didn't even know existed. Like, I thought maybe the game just didn't look all that good to begin with. But apparently, it was a big issue with how they were streaming in the textures on the PC version. And even, like, the beefy PC, like the best that money could buy, was having texture streaming problems that made everything look super blurry and muddy. And genuinely, like, if you have, like, a $4,000 PC, The Last of Us port is still gonna look and run better on PS5. At least pre-yesterday's patch, that was the case. Which is just, wow. What was the worst game you had to stream? Like, the laggiest stream you've ever done? If we're talking, like, the PC port and the optimization, it probably is The Last of Us PC port. It's probably the worst port I've ever played on stream. I can't think of anything that's worse off the top of my head. I genuinely think that that would be the worst port I've ever played on stream. Ooh, or God of War 3 on emulator was also really... But even that probably still ran better than The Last of Us on PC. But God of War 3 on emulator was really unstable. Because God of War 3 barely runs on a PS3. So, trying to run it on a virtual PS3... on a computer? Yeah. I really want to beat the Horseman as, like, the first thing I do. I've never done it on any character I've played on Elden Ring. I've never just, like, come out of that cave and immediately gone after Horseman. So I'm kind of determined to do it. I mean, I've done it, but I've never killed him this way. Is what I mean. I've never actually won doing this. I always, if I ever fight him, I come back later with some levels and probably some new Ashes of War or whatever, right? I've never done it like fresh off of a new character. Because I always give it a good few tries and then give up and leave and come back. Or just never come back. I just ignore him for the whole playthrough. Because really... once you've left the cave and you get some other grace sites to travel between, I never really run back into him. Uncharted was bad purely because of that bug, but Uncharted ran well. Like, Uncharted's port, same port studio, it was Iron Galaxy that did both of them. Uncharted's port at least, like, gave me the illusion of being a good PC port, before then had that issue of, like, I just can't even stream this game because I can't save. Because that's a bug that got past testing somehow. Is it funny watching you try not to get annoyed? Yeah, I mean, that one stream, I literally, like, an hour and a half in, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna swap game because this runs so poorly that I'm just not enjoying it. Like, beyond the fact that The Last of Us is already a game that I have a history of not loving, just gameplay-wise and everything. When I have to play it at like a stuttery 20 FPS, it just makes it worse. Like, there's just nothing fun about it. Oh, and everything looks like muddy and all that. The Digital Foundry video is really good for anyone who's interested. And they do like side-by-side comparisons the whole way through, just to show you like how much worse the PC version is to the console version. And it's honestly crazy. It's so wild how much worse the PC version is. Again, even on like a $4,000 build, the PS5 will run it better. And I really think it's just because Sony wanted to make money off of the show's hype. So speaking of show hype, I need to get back on Mandalorian. Well, I guess maybe lack of show hype. Because apparently everyone thinks that Mandalorian Season 3 is not good. But when I was watching it on the plane, I was loving it. What day do new episodes come out? I think it's Wednesdays. So episode 6 must have literally just come out, if I had to guess. Which means I'm only one episode behind. Oh, what the hell? That's bullshit. Hello, Falls. I'm sitting here talking about The Last of Us. And I honestly might just test it off stream and see if it's better. And if it's not, I might just continue to wait. Like, I might just, like, wait for the port to be, like, in a acceptable state. And then I'll come back to it whenever it is, if it's not, like, better to the point of me being able to actually play it reasonably. I haven't watched much of the show. I only got through the first 3 episodes. Uh-oh. Hello. I think if I slowed down, I would be fine. But Elden Ring... You wanna know why Elden Ring stutters whenever I reinstall it, chat? If I can say something good about The Last of Us PC port. It's because Elden Ring doesn't compile any shaders until you're in an area where they're getting loaded in. And then it will start compiling them while the game is running. At least The Last of Us, even if it takes an hour for that game to build all of its shaders in the menu, at least it does. Could you imagine the performance if it didn't? Seeing that the performance with them compiled is like 25 FPS on my system. Elden Ring runs smooth right out the gate, but then it kind of stutters while it's compiling. And when you're fighting bosses, it's really not fun to have the whole game freeze up on you at random. Which is fine if you play multiple times on one install of Elden Ring, but on your first run through of the game, because they don't pre-compile them, you get this as you go, where you hit random spots where you get real stuttery. Come on, tree sentinel, bitch. Ah. I could probably trade out an FP flask just to get myself through it. Oh wait, he swung? The camera moved in such a weird way that I never even saw it swing. Got your ass this time. I can feel it. No hit run the rest of the way. Oh fuck, that's so horseshit. I think it's like a little shockwave from him landing. That was so bullshit. I just saw it on my preview. That was so bullshit. I should have had iframes, even if it was the shockwave. I was like full mid-roll. I was airborne mid-roll. I wasn't even touching the ground. The hell is that, man? False, is your power back yet? Question mark. Oh, also, did you see what I sent you on Discord this morning? Ah! Stay away! Haven't replied yet. Wow. Wow. But I found it. Oh, you mean you just saw that I DM'd? Wow, even worse! This bitch does not stop. Ow! Ah! I was like, wow, she read it but didn't reply. No, you saw it and you didn't even open it. Wow. Wow. But yeah, there's the thing. It's for chat's sake, it's a YouTube dashboard thing that we've spoken about on a few occasions, like wishing that there was a way to look at something specifically, and there never was. But then I was in the dashboard this morning, and now there is. They added it. I found it. It definitely wasn't there before, though, because I use that tab of the dashboard all the time, and that was never there before. It's definitely new. It's not that I didn't know it was there. Oh, God. The YouTube dashboard looks so weird right now, by the way. I know that, like, no one is gonna know what I'm talking about, but they've been slowly updating it a lot. But it's kind of in this weird spot where they're moving towards, like, a new, like, style with their UI. Like, just with how everything looks. But they haven't updated all the old stuff, so it's just like when they add new features in, it all looks like the new style of YouTube Studio. But all the old stuff still looks the same. So it's like this weird thing where half of the buttons in the dashboard look one way and half look a different way. And it just feels so odd the way it is right now. Ow! Want to know something depressing? Sure. Woo! God damn it, that one was on me. Finals are coming up? That's not really depressing, though. Because then, like, school is over. Then, or, for the summer. But, you know. I actually never minded finals all that much. Maybe I'm kind of crazy. But also, maybe it's also because I was that, I was that, I don't study kid. So, for me, I would just walk into finals. And I would wing it. Whatever was on there was on there. Oh, munch, do you wait? It was a joke to— ah, fuck. Yeah, it was a joke to me. Probably gonna fail my math final though. Oh my god, man. You have no idea. I mean, people... It's weird. Me and math are weird. Because if it's just, like, basic-ass math, I'll sit here and not have a clue how to do it. And I will make myself look so dumb trying to do math on stream. Especially sometimes people will, like, throw an algebra question my way. And I'll be like, well, that's, like, 16. And then it'll be like, no, it's negative 90 or some shit. And I'm like, oh. I knew that. But then, I also sit here and anything that's stats related is like brain go burr. I don't even need a calculator and I'm just like running percentages and stuff in my head. And I don't know where that came from. Ah. Systems design is fun though. Like game system stuff, for some reason that math I can do just fine. But like basic ass math is a no-go. I wish that Elden Ring was a game that displayed like displayed stats in a more easily understandable way. Because Elden Ring is a game where you can understand your stats really well, but you have to know the stats in the context of the game. And also, sometimes you just have to know something either through, like, having heard it from someone, or just pulling up the wiki stats that actually have gone into the game files to get the numbers. Because there are some things in this game that will just be like, increases flame damage. And in that case, you just have to like go to the wiki page to see what the percent increase is or something. I wish that Elden Ring was the kind of game that just had all the numbers there for you in the game. Like Borderlands. I've had a strong hankering for Borderlands again recently. Ow. I feel like weirdly as I get older, my Borderlands phase has become more and more frequent. I feel like I've already had a Borderlands phase early in the year. And now I have another one where I'm like, man, I just really want to play some Borderlands. I'm not gonna lie. Boom! Stagger. I don't think this weapon has any effects on it whatsoever. The sword that I have, I don't even know what sword I have. I'm gonna be real. That's how casual we are today. Whoa. Ah! What? That's bullshit. Due to my finals and stuff? When are your finals? Because, I mean, mine were... I always... My school year ended sooner. But, mine were in, like, mid-May, I think, when I was in high school for finals. Alright, I'm gonna give him one more try, and then I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna... Whew. I could sit here all day and fight the horse boy. And I'd probably be able to beat him within like 30 minutes, but do I want to spend the next 30 minutes fighting the horse? Oh, I took a risk not dodging. Somehow it worked. I thought I could jump over the thing. It didn't work. God damn it. Okay, yep. I'm done. I have no reason to fight him like this. There's a shield that I want super early in the game. It's one that I have to farm a drop, but it's a super common drop. I don't know the percent chance. I just know from playing the game and having killed the enemies before that they drop this shield all the goddamn time. So it should not be a problem. I'm gonna be so pissed watching you die over and over again. No, I'm a gamer. Clearly, if I actually tried, of course, obviously, I would have that guy done in a minute. I just don't want to. Of course, that's what's happening. Why is it always so enjoyable to start up a new Elden Ring character? It's a broadsword, just a basic ass broadsword. But yeah, I'm getting rid of this shield. And I'm gonna go and pick up a super common one. It's literally just the soldiers up here by the grace where you get Melina and Torrent. Fuck that deer. Sorry, I remember when I remember doing my first playthrough of Elden Ring, and people would get so upset because I killed every animal that I came across during that first playthrough. Like every deer, every crab along the beach, like literally anything I came across, I would kill it. And people would get so pissed. Because I would just be running around in circles trying to kill a deer for like a minute at a time. Yeah, like these rabbit things, and they don't even give you anything. You get like 5 runes for killing them. It's literally nothing meaningful at all. Even at level 1, it's not a reward that actually helps you at all. But I would just sit there doing it for so long. Yeah, it's these fellas. That shield, I want it. It's better than the one that Confessor starts with. And I'm actually going to be playing with a shield. It'll be my first time playing with an actual... Sorry, hiccups. Good shield in Elden Ring. Like, a shield that you can actually guard with. And I know that everyone's like, oh, shield boring. But, like, it's kind of the classic way to play a Souls game, and I just genuinely have not done it a single time in Elden Ring. Never played with an actual good shield. I did that on the Musketeer. I had the tiny one that, like, if you tried to block with it, you just took like a ton of chip damage. So it just wasn't even worth blocking because you take so much damage regardless. But I used it for parrying, and that was it. I think I'm not gonna use parry on this, although I do love parrying. And I really loved fighting Radigan and parrying him when we played the Musketeer on stream, because that was so cool. Learning how to parry the final boss felt really good. Like, just getting used to his attacks and being able to brush off literally every time he swung his hammer at me. It was so badass. It may have taken me like 2 hours of repeat attempts, but it was so worth it. Because that final run where I parried like every single attack and never took a hit, it was worth it. This is not Boople Snurp. It's gonna be another Faith build, but it's gonna be one that's not magic. If you have ever played an RPG that has like preset classes and you have an idea of like the Paladin archetype, where he's kind of like a hybrid between a tank and a healer, that's what I'm going for here. Like a traditional Paladin type character. But I was saying earlier, compared to the way I've played the last couple builds on stream, I did not go and do like 2 hours of wiki research beforehand and write out like a mapping document and everything. This time, I went and looked around a little bit, maybe for like 10 minutes. And then I just really didn't want to like write up a whole document to map out the progress and everything. So I'm just kind of winging it. I'm just going to be playing the game a little more casually on this file. And just kind of putting it together as we go. I have some basic ideas. Like, I know I want these guys as shields. But, yeah, it's a lot less formal and organized than the last couple Elden Ring builds I've done. We're just kind of chilling on the Elden Ring. Boople Snurp context. It's what we named our last Elden Ring character. Who was the Elden Ring? Oh, before Boople Snurp, we had Gerfinkel as well. My Elden Ring characters tend to be a little cursed with the names. I think my first character, the one that I played like Moonveil and Rivers of Blood and all that on, I think we just named him Chol. He was Chol before Chol. Hold on, did I get my rune pile? No, I didn't. I actually dropped some runes there. But, yeah, this guy, I don't have as specific of a plan. I'm just kind of going for it. Oh, these dogs are actually going to run my shit. Man, this game with no vigor is, yeah. Butlet the Paladin Pimp. I'm actually not opposed to it. I didn't come up with anything creative, so I just labeled him as Paladin when I made him, but knowing that, like, once we fight Renala, and I can just rename him. Did I hear mentions of Borderlands? Yeah, I'm kind of hankering some Borderlands. I might try streaming it again. I know that I did one Borderlands 2 stream. But Borderlands 1 is the game that, like, I actually know. Borderlands 2, I know some stuff about. Like, I know a couple legendary farms. I know how to build Krieg and Krieg. I really only know how to build Krieg on Borderlands 2. Borderlands 1,
Have you heard of
weirdly, I think I've always said that Borderlands 2 is my favorite, but the first game is just the one I've played the most of. But I just don't think that's true. I think Borderlands 2 is the best game in the series. But I think Borderlands 1 is my favorite. Like, I know the loot farms. Like, I know how to farm legendaries on Borderlands 1. I found an insane XP farm when I was playing a few months ago. That now makes that game even more replayable for me. And I mean, like, went from level 60 to 69 in like an hour. Like, that kind of XP farm. I know how to build all 4 of the characters. It's just, I really, Borderlands 1 is the one that I actually know. I need more health on this guy. I don't know what character I want to play, though. That's the thing. Whenever I start thinking about wanting to play it again, I'm like, what? And that means, like, across all the games. Just because, really, when I'm like, I want to play Borderlands, I think of what I kind of want to do. Logged into another YouTube account, wanted to see if it still kept me on Falseco here. So the best thing you came up with was that was your most subtle test you could. Oh, it actually hit him. That was sweet. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna parry with this build. I think I might play like a more traditional Dark Souls, like, blocking shield build. I also don't know how I haven't gotten one of their shields yet, because these guys drop their shields so commonly. I really thought I would have it by now. Fuck. Hold on. If I block, do I take chip damage with this shield? Oh my god. No, but this guy can just burn my whole stamina bar. Also, hello, user. Shit. Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Man, fuck. Really is a great early shield. Yeah, I want it. I know that it's 100% block. I'm pretty sure it would burn less of my stamina than the one that Confessor starts with, the one that I have right now. If I play a shield block build, I'm gonna need a lot more endurance than I'm used to pumping, though. Like, I might actually need a lot. Aren't there some ashes in this game that literally just, like, make your shield insanely tanky? Like, aren't there literally... I think there's an ash that I've seen that the entire purpose of it is that your guy, like, puts up his shield, and regardless of what hits it, he will not take damage, and his stance will not break. I've seen people use it against bosses, and just stand there and, like, block an attack straight up. Against, like, Malekith and shit like that, right? And that kind of seems fun. It would fit the Paladin thing, too. Like I was saying before, it's kind of... A traditional Paladin is kind of like a hybrid between a tank and a healer. So the faith bit comes in with, like, I'm probably gonna put, I don't know, just some faith ash on my sword. I'll probably do one-handed sword and, like, a 100% block shield. That'll be the setup. I guess whatever armor I can wear while still, like, not heavy rolling, in, as far as, like, being tanky. And then, yeah, if I can find an ash like that just makes my shield, like, able to block some crazy hits, then that would kind of be the setup that I have in mind, I guess. The Blue Eclipse Heater Shield would probably do well for early Paladin build. We will see. I will keep in mind. Blue Eclipse Heater Shield, you say? I do definitely want this, like, I don't know what it's called. This, like, brass type shield that these guys are carrying. And I guess I can, you know, get some stats going early on. Because I'm playing melee, so I need health. Last build, we did magic, so I kind of got used to playing with less health. This time, that's not going to fly. Just because melee. And I'm gonna need endurance. And then for damage scaling, I guess maybe I want to go for quality, or maybe I should just go dex or strength. I should, like, probably pick one, to be honest. Because if I went for quality on top of, like, faith and defensive tankiness, stuff like that, it would be such an insanely stat-hungry build. I would need to be, like, level 200 endgame for it to all really work. I don't think I should go quality. I should pick strength or dex. Strength kind of fits better with the idea of being a tank, I guess, but at the same time, I don't really know what weapons I'm gonna be looking for. Because I'm kind of winging this build. Just a more casual run where I figure it out as we go. Because I haven't played Elden Ring casually. Just, like, hung out and done whatever without any specific goals in mind in a long time. So that's kind of the idea with playing it this time around. I did go and find myself a very helpful bookmark, actually, that I should have mentioned beforehand, and I should have opened beforehand, actually. Let me do that real quick. Oh, I tabbed back to Steam. It's a little chart. Here, let me show you. a little chart, thanks to Gfinity, not so much a chart, but a list of the soft cap levels for every stat in Elden Ring. I needed this, because I knew some of them. Like, I knew from playing previous builds that, like, Faith is effectively capped at 80. Arcane is effectively capped at 80. Like, I knew some of them. But now, this one, it has taught me things that I never knew. Like, Endurance is effectively capped at 55. There's really no point in bringing Endurance above 55 in Elden Ring. For, like, a defensive build like this. I knew Vigor was capped at, like, pretty much 60. That one I even, like, chat just taught me that on my first playthrough. I knew that on my first blind playthrough because people were like, yeah, 60 is kind of as much health as you want to have before you get to the point where it's just not worth investing anymore. Oh, shit. Huh. Stay back, demon. Maybe... Sorry, my brain has gone back to Borderlands now. The idea of maybe doing Borderlands streams. Maybe Roland? Roland is kinda... I've said it before, and I stand by it to this day. I think that Roland is probably the weakest Vault Hunter out of all the Borderlands games. I think he's genuinely just the worst character out of every game. But that being said, it's still Borderlands. So, like, if you build Roland outright, he's still pretty good. He has some big upsides, even as, like, a solo player. He's supposed to be a little more co-op oriented. He has an entire skill tree that's dedicated to co-op. But he definitely has some big upsides as a solo player still. No, he's the guy with the turret. He's the soldier. I don't remember what the class name is called. I know it's not Commando. He might just be called Soldier. Commando is Axton in 2. But Axton is pretty much just a buffed Roland in 2. You could do some really fun stuff with Axton. Like, popcorn turrets is one of my favorite builds ever. I love Borderlands, man. I'm so glad that those were, like, Borderlands 1 and 2 were a couple of the games that I grew up on the 360, and I'm so glad. Because those games, you could get so much value out of them. I still go back and replay them. Mordecai is the sniper. Crest shield? Oh, is that what I'm farming for right now? Or are you just saying this is a shield that I should be looking for? Requires 10 strength. That might actually be what I'm farming for right now. Because, hold on. They have, like, the Elden Ring symbol on the shield, right? Is that this one? I love that I'm like, I don't remember what this shield is called, but I know that I want it. And I know that it's 100% block, and it has some good elemental resistances for early game. My noob is showing. my noob is showing. My skill issue is coming out in full swing today. I kind of always struggle with this spear guy whenever I have to farm this spot early game, though. Because I've had other moments where or other builds where I farmed this spot early on for like an armor piece or something. And every time that I farm this spot, I do fine with everything except for the dude with the spear wrecks me. Which he's kind of supposed to do that early game. That's kind of why there's only one of them thrown into the mix here. Is because they very much intended it, but like, dude, he wrecks me every time. Did you guys know that there's a ray tracing update out for Elden Ring? Like, an official ray tracing update? I didn't know that until this morning. I was reinstalling the game, and I saw that they patched it since I last played. And I opened it up, and like, right at the top of the patch notes was like, added ray tracing. Because I just clean installed, it's stuttery enough. Performance is bad enough without it. because it's a clean install on the PC version for me. But, yeah, ray tracing in Elden Ring probably looks pretty good. It's a good-looking game. Ray tracing would just make it a better-looking game. Can anyone drop me this shield? Like, they haven't dropped it and I just didn't notice, right? No, they didn't. I forget you can power stance in Elden Ring. I always think of that as being a Dark Souls 2 thing. Which is weird, because at the end of my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I was power stancing. Like, a lot. I was doing the, let me solo her build before I even knew that it was his build. I don't know what it means. It means dual-wielding weapons. So, at the end of my first, like, blind playthrough of the game, I was dual-wielding 2 different katanas. And it was super badass. My samurai build on my first playthrough was so cool. I'm so glad that that's the way that I played the game the first time around. You're farming the Gilded Great Shield. Aha. Give it. It's that one. That's what I want. Yeah, I think my favorite Elden Ring build I've done was the Musketeer, though. The big pokey boy. It was just so good. Like, once I was endgame and I had it all pulled together, it was such a busted build. Like, my bleed buildup was absurd. I really think that Rogier's Rapier might be one of the most slept-on weapons to use for an arcane build. Because, like, I just don't... You know, you see all these, like, TikToks and stuff where people are like, best arcane weapons for crazy bleed builds. I've never seen someone put Rogier's Rapier on it. But that thing literally has a heavy attack that hits twice. Like a little quick 1-2. Which is insane when you're doing blood buildup. Because you literally just inflict it twice as fast as you would with any other weapon. It's so good. Like, it's so good. That shit was nuts. I should do, like, a power stancing strength build someday. There are so many... Elden Ring is a great game. As soon as I say that, I'm just like, oh my god, there are so many ways to play Elden Ring. Elden Ring... For my first playthrough of a Souls game, was my least favorite, and I stand by that. With the exception of Dark Souls 2, because I've played that now, and I hadn't played it when I played Elden Ring for the first time. Dark Souls 2 was my least favorite first playthrough of a Soulsborne game. Elden Ring was right behind it. Not because I didn't enjoy it, I just didn't enjoy it as much as, like, Demon Souls or Dark Souls the first time around. But the magic with Elden Ring is your second playthrough, your third playthrough, your fourth playthrough. Like, once you understand the game, and you just start messing around within it, that's when it becomes super fun. Alright, come on, you bitch. Oh my god, I messed that up pretty bad. Ow. Ow. No. I'm trying to parry him because if I can make it work, it's the fastest way to kill him. Damn it. There. He's got me on the struggle bus. There we go. Wow. Man, I'm gonna get good at parrying, and then I'm gonna take parry off the shield. It's gonna be so sad. But I don't want to play another parrying build so soon. The Musketeer was just one. That was the other thing about the Musketeer. Its bleed buildup was insane, and it was a parry build. So it was like, yeah, I'm either inflicting blood loss constantly, or I'm just getting criticals constantly. It's one or the other. There is no in between. It's just one of the two. That build was so good. It was such a fun one. There's more of you. Wish I could get more shields to drop. And by that, I just mean I wish I could get a shield to drop. That would be great. Maybe I should start pumping endurance while I'm here. Just, you know, preparing for having like a really good shield to work with early on. They're dropping plenty of armor. Why does it feel like every time that I am farming a group like this, I get every drop multiple times over, except for the one thing that I'm looking for. Every time I'm farming any enemies in Elden Ring, I will get every single thing that they can possibly drop, except for the one that I want. I don't think I've ever just had like I pull up, I kill like 3 guys, and then I immediately get it. Never happened to me in this game. It did happen to me in the older games, for sure. Oh my god, it's stuttering really hard all of a sudden. Can we not? This guy will drop me his shield, right? Triangle shield is the brass shield. Oh, okay, yeah. That is what I'm looking for, is the triangle one. A tower shield, or yeah, wait, that's what it's called, right? A tower shield? Yeah. Like that one that he's got, or the spear guy. That could make a really fun build. I did play Demon Souls once using a tower shield and a spear. Because in Demon Souls, and I don't know if they kept this in other Soulsborne games at all, because it's the only time I've ever used a spear or a tower shield on a character in these games. But in Demon Souls, when you use a tower shield and a spear, or just a shield and a spear together, you can hold the shield in front of you and poke with the spear at the same time. So it's actually, like, it's kind of boring, but it's also just kind of satisfying to, like, hide behind your 7-foot-tall shield while just poking them with a spear. There's definitely the whole thing of, like, shields are a more boring playstyle in these games. But also, there was just something innately satisfying to it. And Demon Souls also has a couple of really good spears. Like how the Romans used to do it. Exactly like how the Romans used to do it. I had a pretty good time playing that build. I don't think I ever finished the game on that character, but I had a pretty good time with it when I played it. It had so much endurance on it. That character had the biggest stamina bar ever, because trying to attack and hold a shield up and like block hits all together, it just burned the stamina so fast. I needed to have that much. But it was so worth it. It was such a good time. The goblins had a big catch-up day yesterday, huh? Sorry, I'm only now just looking at the faction scores that got put up. The goblins started crawling back out of the negatives real fast yesterday. Hold on, let me look at the soft caps again. So there's 2 soft caps for every stat in the game, like 2 big fall-offs in terms of how much return you get for each level. For Vigor, the first one comes at 40, so we're a good bit away from that. For Endurance, it comes at 30. We're also a good bit away from that. I'm just looking at the stats that I might use on this guy in terms of Strength and Dex. Those are both 55 that you hit the first cap. And Faith is 60. We'll get them back down in their place. Endurance hits its first cap at 30. That's really low. Is that just me? Like, hitting your first soft cap at 30 is kind of nuts. I definitely think that I should get a little more endurance early on. What if I... the scaling on this thing is pretty bad. I was like, what if I just upgraded the broadsword? But that scaling isn't very good. Would I be able to use this? I would be able to use this sword. Its scaling is a little better. It's a better quality scaling weapon. But it does a little less damage, like at base. Also, upgrading increases scaling. These are things that we know. Hold on, I should be putting armor on. That's gonna make me tanky. But we do want to stay within medium load. I got the full Soldier of Rick cosplay going. Here we go. We're tankier now. I do think just, you know, heaviest armor that I can wear as long as I'm not fat rolling. I do think that that's kind of the approach that I'll probably take for armor for the majority of the playthrough. And we'll mix in some fashion to it as we go. Like right now, I've definitely just significantly downgraded my drip by wearing Soldier of Rick armor, like the full set, right? It's a big downgrade in terms of my drip. But I get a lot more damage mitigation. You just wanted to blend in, they said nah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that here in Elden Ring. These bitches are a little aggressive. I might grab my rune pile and try to get the shield to drop from this guy. But there's a couple things that I might do and then come back because the shield bitch is still really fucking me up. Or, sorry, the spear bitch, I should say. So, what if I upgraded the broadsword a bit at this, like, workbench just up here? I need to get Torrent. We can skip to nighttime and get him right here. I always forget to get Torrent when I pull up to here right away. But there's a lot of seeds around in Limgrave, not in the west side, but in the east. I could go grab a couple seeds, and especially down in what's it called? No, I'm not saying seeds, god damn it. There's a lot of tears for Ingobur that I could grab real quick. What's it called? Weeping Peninsula. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Here, I'll skip to night and then upgrade at the bench. Okay, I might be kind of dumb, but I always thought that that little wheel thing was just like a loading icon. I never thought that it was actually displaying. Oh no. Oh no, I'm stupid. Anyway, ignore that. See, I thought I would be able to upgrade it more than once. I just kind of had it in my head that I had gotten a ton of smithing stone ones already. Where is doll wife? What if I fought the big guy? Maybe she would pop up because I would respawn at like nighttime. Come on, big man. This time I got you, right? Ow. Maybe not. Oh, you know what might be good? Because, hold on, I only just realized, thinking about the shield thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if I have a shield, yeah, no, I know I'm not wrong. If I have a shield out, then my Ash is always going to be whatever Ash of War I have on the shield. So on the sword, if I want to get faith scaling on it, to get the Paladin thing going, to get just some more damage scaling on it through that as well. There we go. Wait a second. I already had Torrent. I just didn't put him on the wheel. Yep, I know Elden Ring really well. I'm good at this game, by the way. So knowledgeable on this game. Anywho. Yeah, because I'm gonna be using like the healing incants and stuff. I already have urgent heal. It just comes with the Confessor class right off the bat. But isn't there an Ash version of Golden Vow? Someone told me this last time. When we were doing the Pyro build, someone told me that there's an Ash version of it that you can put on like weapons. Because I was just saying I wanted to go and get Golden Vow, and someone was like, there's an Ash version. Which version do you mean? I was like, oh, I didn't know. Oh, no! That would be better, too, just because then if it's a buff, I can use that real quick, like entering fights, and then pull the shield back out, use whatever Ash I end up putting on that. I might want to find Golden Vow Ash. I think someone said before that it's pretty early in the game, too. It'd be nice if I could just get this goddamn shield to drop. It would help, for sure. But, you know. We'll get there when we get there, I guess. The game just doesn't want to let it happen. Thinking foxes could swim. Can foxes swim? They probably can. Dogs can. Dogs are pretty good swimmers. But I guess foxes are smaller. They might struggle a bit more. I feel like they could probably swim, right? Probably. Give me that shield, bitch. Give me that shield. I need it. God damn it. Why are none of them dropping it? I'm actually starting to get pissed. So many of you have this shield. I've tried so many times. Just drop it for me. Oh my god. Fine. I'll just pump my stats while I'm here then. See what I care. They drop smithing stone once, so like, you know, it kind of works out that it's taking so many attempts to just get this fucking shield to drop. But at the same time, dude, like, oh my god. I would love to just, you know, get my shield, move on with things. I just saw a church pic say the first of us in the Last of Us font. Flashbacks to the Among Us. Oh my god. I remember when, like, everything was trying to be, like, young and hip, you know, cool with the kids by referencing Among Us. Those were the dark days, man. Looking back, it's kind of crazy that Among Us was such an insanely popular game. Am I wrong for that? Like, it was a really cool, like, social game. But I don't know. It caught on so heavily. And for a game that's, like, because of big streamers all being together, it wasn't even that, though. Like, that's why it was popular content-wise. But, like, kids would genuinely... Like, my younger cousin had like over 100 hours in Among Us on Steam. It's not even just like it was popular content-wise. It was free to play. It was $5. It was only free to play on mobile. But on Steam, it wasn't even free. And like all of my like younger, I only have like 2 cousins that are younger than me. Both of my parents are the youngest siblings of their families. But like my second cousins and shit, like my cousins' kids, they all have like an absurd amount of hours on Among Us on their Steam accounts too. I'm just like, dude. I played Among Us for like a total of 5 hours with like big group lobbies of like people from high school and shit. Because it was 2020, so we had all like graduated like a few months before Among Us hype really came around. So we would have like these lobbies that were just like a bunch of people from our graduating class of high school playing it. And even then, I only was able to play for like 5 hours before I just got fucking sick of it. Like, I was over it after a good few hours. I played like 3 times, like getting in those big lobbies with like people from my high school and shit, and then I was done. I was out. Even one of my friends has like 40 hours on Steam of Among Us. I was like, dude. Like, it's a really fun game, but it's a game that relies so heavily on the social part of it, right? So, like, if you played on, like, matchmaking, which I knew people who did, who would just, like, go and find random multiplayer lobbies that, like, only used text chat and were just a bunch of randoms. Like, at that point, the entire appeal of the game, at least in my mind, is, like, gone. For me, it was a really fun game to play with, like, a group of friends, like, people that I know. But playing with randoms, I feel like it would suck ass. I like the silly hats and the little guys that follow you. Wasn't that all, like, microtransaction stuff? I don't think I ever had any of that. Or I think the hats, there were, like, a bunch of hats, like, just available with the game in general. But the little pets, right? Weren't those, like, a couple dollars a piece or something? I think what's craziest about Among Us, and this is not, this is partial shade to the devs, okay? Partial. Is how much they just straight up blundered on, like, not making new content for the game. Which, not to say they didn't make any, but when your game blows up to that level, and it takes you, like, 6 months to make a single map for your game, when there's that much hype and funding behind it, it's crazy to me that they weren't capitalizing on it more. Like, it's crazy. Do you know how much money and how much longevity that game could have had if they had put some more shit in? They didn't have the stuff to do it yet. This is like one of those few times where my industry knowledge becomes genuinely relevant. The 2-year gap, the only way that it could have affected the amount of time that it would take them was just, by that point, they had kind of forgotten how the basic systems work, so it took a little bit to get readjusted, reacclimated to it. But, like, 6 months to make one map? No. No. And yeah, it's only, like, 4 people. But, like, the team that I worked in AAA with was 7 people. And in the 4 months I was on that team, we went from, we have a blank project to, we have a full gameplay loop with, like, I think we had, hold on, we had 12 maps. I remembered that we each made 2, and we cut a bunch of them. Like, we each made 2. Like, for example, both of mine got cut. I've talked about it before. I am a terrible level designer. I wish I was good at it, because level design is super dope. But you either have the brain for it, or you don't, and I didn't. Not everyone is good at things. No, but, like, if your team knows how... And that team, Among Us wasn't their first game. It was their first game to catch on, but, like, they had made games. I don't know. I have no clue what was happening behind the scenes there. But something whack was happening behind the scenes there. Something was not right. Because they even brought on, I think it was, because originally they were a team of 3, and I remember that then they hired 2 new people. They went up to a team of 5. And then after the new map came out, after like 6 months, which again, crazy, they dropped one of the new people. Like right after the new map came out, they got rid of one of the new people, and they went back to a 4-man team. Something behind the scenes was not going well on that team. I don't know what it was, but they really missed, like, the biggest possible opportunity that any indie dev could possibly have. They missed out on it. We really gonna keep talking about Among Us? I think that's, this particular thing that I'm talking about is kind of interesting. Am I wrong? Like, that they practically had... They made this, like, little game that the devs even talked about, like, it didn't take them a very long time to make it back when they did. And they never really expected it to be a big deal. They just kind of threw it out there. It was a fun project for them. They moved on. But then 2 years later, it randomly blows up because, like, XQC played it. Right? And then they went back to working on it, and just... nothing got done. And the game has just now slowly, over the last like 3 years, faded pretty much to obscurity at this point. Are creators still even playing Among Us? I'm sure some are, but like, compared to what it used to be, it's practically nothing at this point, right? It might just be a by comparison, but it feels like it's practically nothing at this point. They really landed the chance for, like, every indie developer's dream for success, and they weren't able to do the follow-up part. They weren't able to keep it going. It was a flash in the pan, and then it was over. It's almost kind of sad. Because, like, when you get stuff like that, you need to buckle down and make shit happen, you know? Like, RE4 shorts on my channel in the last 2 weeks, right? That was my thing, that I was like, I did a random, like, 2 shorts one day. I just posted them both, throwing something at the wall, seeing if it stuck. They really stuck, so I've kept it going. I've done pretty much 1 a day, averaged out for, like, the last 2.5 weeks. And, like, the channel has grown by, like, 6-7% in the last 2 weeks. Because I've just actively put aside a bunch of time to, like, double, triple, quadruple down on the shit that works. The Among Us dev team wasn't able to do that for one reason or another. I'm sure something behind the scenes was weird. Because there's no way that what they were doing took them that long. Even if they were inexperienced. I've also said this before, and sometimes it sounds bad in a way that I don't mean for it to. But a reality of game development is that 2D games take a lot less time to put together on a base level. The 2D games come together a lot quicker than 3D just because of the nature of them on a technical level, right? So, like, my game was 3D. The fact that we had, like, a 6-man team, well, we had 7, but one of them was purely a programmer. He knew how to do nothing but program. He couldn't do art design. He couldn't do level design. He couldn't do balancing. He was actually a computer science major. He had graduated from comp sci, not anything gaming related. So he literally, like, all he could do was write C++. That was like his entire skill set. That's what he brought to the table for us. So we pretty much, like, we had 6 guys in the course of, like, literally we sat down 1 month. Well, actually, we did meetings bi-weekly, like big meetings about the direction of the project. And it was going into week 5. I remember this game's development so well. It's weird how well I remember this development process. A year later. It was week 5, so it would have been like literally this, or no, sorry, it would have been like a year and 1 month ago that this happened. It was early March that we sat down, and for those that don't remember what I said about it, or what I did on it, I was executive producer, was one of my 2 roles on the project, so I was the guy who was like, here's how we're gonna handle the direction going forward. Like, this is where we're putting our priorities. So I said, we need, like, actual good levels. So we need everyone on the team who knows how to work within Unreal's level editor, which was 6 of us, to make 1 level over the next 2 weeks, over the course of this sprint, which is always, I can get into sprints and all that, but we're getting overly technical at that point. I said, this sprint, this next 2 weeks, everyone makes 1 map who knows how to use the level editor. We all did that. It worked. We had some good ones, we had some stinkers. I said, let's keep the good ones. Let's do the same thing again. All 6 of us over the next 2 weeks, along with everything else we work on, we need to have a level done by the end of the next 2 weeks. And we all did it again. And then we had 12 levels. Like, if you just do that thing where, like, you sit down, you say, this is what we need to do. This is when we're going to do it by. You can get shit done. Just like that. Finally got RE4. It's so good. It really, like, my title is exactly how I feel about it. The title I was using for the whole playthrough was like, I knew that RE4 would be good because you're remaking Resident Evil 4. There's no way you can really make a bad game out of that. But I just didn't expect it to be that fucking good. Like, it was so good. I mean, I'm still playing it every day for doing the videos. I've been playing a lot of Mercenaries since getting back yesterday. Mercenaries is actually really good. I've never been a big Mercenaries fan in Resident Evil. It's always just kind of been like this weird little side thing that I might play once or twice. But RE4's Mercenaries, it kind of slaps. We got like a good selection of unlockable characters, unlockable levels. They've got leaderboards, so if that's your thing, like just grinding high scores and something like that, you can do that. It's so good. I feel COVID is the only thing that kept it popular. I think COVID was part of its success, but that's definitely, like, that game had so much staying power. If they just kept, like, a regular flow of content, like, content update every 2 months, man, that game, it really could have lasted a long time. I remember hearing at one point that they were working on Among Us 2 instead of continuing updates for the first game. But I feel like now the game has just kind of gotten to that point of relevance where even if that is a project that's being worked on, I just don't even feel like I would hear about it. Like, who knows if that's still a thing. The game had staying power because COVID had staying power. No, really, that game... There are so many social games that people love. Like, social games are such a good niche to go for as an indie dev, because if you can get it to catch on, people will eat that shit up for years if you can actually, like, you know, consistently do stuff with it. What's that, like, Telltale-esque game, like, choose-your-own-adventure game, where you play it with 2 people who are controlling different points of the story, but at the same time, and the 2 separate, like, decisions, and, like, it culminates in stuff. And there's, like, a series of them. They drop one, like, every 3 to 6 months. People love those for like videos and streams and stuff. People eat that shit up. And that's like a single player co-op thing. Like Among Us was a social game in the multiplayer niche. It had so much staying power in the industry. But something happened behind the scenes, and it never really worked out long term. It of course worked out short term. It might just be that the dev team was not experienced enough. Like maybe they don't even work with sprints. Sprints are not a game dev term necessarily. A sprint is just like it is kind of like a tech industry thing specifically. I've heard the term used outside of the tech industry, but generally you'll hear like software developers use sprints, game devs use sprints because it's really effective for like productivity and stuff. But it literally, pretty much what I said earlier, it's just like you have a starting point and an end point. In the game industry, standard is about 2 weeks. I used to work within 2 weeks on the team that I was on. And you say, okay, over the course of the next 2 weeks, here is everyone's tasks. By the end of the next 2 weeks, it's expected that we have all this stuff done. You lay it out. You even, we use Jira, but there's other stuff. There's other softwares out there like Trello. That's free. Jira's not free. You have to license it. But, just softwares that are literally like digital planners that the entire team can look at. So like any of our team members could go into Jira during a sprint and see like, here's all of my tasks, and you'd put in the expected amount of time to make sure that everyone was like really working properly. And you'd get those time estimates as close as you could, because obviously, especially in game dev, like bugs, unforeseen coding issues, stuff like that happens. But you'd get it as close as you could so that you'd have people like doing standard work weeks. We were a part-time studio at the time, with the expectation that once the project got far enough along, and depending on playtesting feedback, it would become full-time for the whole team. But we would estimate out so that, oh, there it is! Holy shit, did that take a long time to get. You need 16 strength? Oh my, I got it and I can't even use it. I thought it was 10. Alright, well, I got it. Finally. Jesus Christ. Have I seen Riverdale? I haven't, no. But also, welcome back, Jessica. But sprints are really good. I wonder if they just... In general, if you're the kind of person who plans your shit out ahead of time, it's a general philosophy that works very well for getting stuff done when it needs to be done. I still, I don't use Jira and all that because I don't even have a team. I just use like the reminders thing on my phone. But I still kind of schedule my life out like that. I do every 1 week though. I do it week by week. I just write down like the shit I want to have done at the end of the week. Go from there. It works real good. Big recommend for anyone who's like, I wish I was more productive. Generally, I recommend it being task-based rather than time-based, though. A lot of people with sprints do it time-based. We did it time-based on the game. Task-based works so much better. Task-based is the way to go. For me. But I think that might be an ADHD thing. Where time is so unpredictable for me that I can't make it work. Because sometimes I sit down at my computer and it's like brain go burr and I get like all my shit done for the week in a day. It happens some weeks. Sometimes I'll sit down at my computer a few times a day for like 3 days in a row and nothing gets done. Because my brain, like, I'm either going to be able to focus or I'm not. And I just never know until I actually sit down to do shit. Determination. Ooh. Okay, I am gonna go and get the first tier. That's over on the east side of Limgrave. But I should also maybe Google. Maybe I should pull up the wiki and find some ashes to go get. We'll do it live. I know that Golden Vow has an ash. I'll see where it is. Because I think that might be what I want to put on my sword. I am on PC. I am not on PS4. Wrong topic, might be. What do you mean? What do you mean wrong topic? I thought that was on topic. I have a whole notebook writing down what I need to do. Oh, you do a physical notebook? I don't know why. When I was younger, my academic struggles are well documented at this point on stream. But when I was younger, because I would never get my homework done, not because of lack of good planning or anything, purely just because I was like, nope, I don't want to do it. But my parents made me get a planner, and they would consistently make me use it. And I hated that shit. I hated that shit so much. I don't want to forget how to write. Dude. It sounds kind of ridiculous, but like... like to some people that might be like, what do you mean you don't want to forget how to write? I do not write. On the rare occasion that I write something down as an adult, it feels weird. Like actually hand write something, I've kind of lost my muscle memory for it. My handwriting looks weird as fuck now. I had such good handwriting in high school. Like, genuinely, I got made fun of for having nice handwriting in high school. All the time. Because, like, you know, in high school, girls have nice handwriting. Guys, it looks like tally marks, you know? But I had really nice handwriting. And people would fucking make fun of me for it because it looked so nice. And, you know, guys aren't supposed to have nice handwriting. Stupid ass bullshit. But it's because I wrote in cursive, like, all the way up until I was, like, a senior in high school. And then I went back to just writing normally. But, just, like, for some reason, after writing in cursive for so long, my normal, like, basic handwriting looked so good. I took typography and calligraphy in college. It was cool how much my writing improved, both print and cursive. Print, that's what it's called, print. Yeah, I had nice-ass handwriting in school. Even in college, I stopped writing things in college, like with my hand. Just because, like, I mean, you know, all my work was on a laptop. Like, I never did work that wasn't on a laptop, even in college. I had girly handwriting as well. My teachers appreciated it. Dude, can you imagine being, like, a high school teacher? The way that, like, your average 17-year-old guy's handwriting looks? I could never. Just sitting there trying to read it all the time would break me. I graduated before the laptops were a thing. Well, I was in high school when, like, using laptops for schoolwork was, like, starting to become really common. Like, really, really common. Especially near the end of high school for me. And I still had to handwrite the vast majority of my work. Because my school was just like, nope. We keep it the way it should be. We handwrite our work. I'm like, why? Why do I have to keep all these fucking worksheets and folders for your bullshit? Just put it on, like, an online platform where it's all organized with, like, file names, and I just open up the laptop, and it's all there. Why? Like, it's no wonder why we've moved towards laptops in school, too. Because also, like, in the workforce nowadays, for the average job, like, in an office or some shit, you're now just doing it all digital, right? You're not doing anywhere near as much like handwritten shit anymore. A normal thing for high school the year I graduated. Next year, they gave everyone a laptop. My school didn't provide laptops. Which was... Well, they provided iPads if you wanted to rent one. Like, if you didn't have a laptop or whatever, you could rent an iPad. I got a Chromebook when I was in high school. I went out and got a Chromebook. That was the shittiest fucking laptop. PSA. Never, ever, ever buy a fucking Chromebook. Oh my god. That was some... like, unbelievably bad. Like, just don't. It's so not worth the money. It's so not. Dropped by a mounted Godric Knight on the cliff southwest above the death-touched catacombs. Yeah, I need the map for that. I don't know where that is. It's literally just a knight. Oh, hold on. Where is that on my map? Oh, wait, that's like... oh, okay. That's like... he's like up here? Oh, wait, no. He's like up here. That's where I can get the Golden Vow Ash. I had one and it couldn't handle editing whatsoever, so it was useless for me. A Chromebook can't handle anything whatsoever. I'm exaggerating maybe a tiny bit, but not as much as you might think. The Chromebook CPU... literally is just meant for Google. It genuinely is only meant for like web browsing. That's exactly like, that's all it can really do. Its CPU is so dog shit that that's about all it can handle. And you know what's crazy? Is that the Chromebook, the laptop with like the worst CPU chip in it out there, they load Chrome onto it by default. What genius? I know it's a Google system, but like, you can't make this shit up. Whoever came up with that, if you're gonna make a Google laptop and you're gonna have Chrome like loaded onto it by default, you can't put that weak of a CPU in it. What, like Chrome? I can't play Elden Ring and have Chrome tabs open. It will crash my fucking CPU because Chrome is some dog shit. I'm going on a Google Chrome rant again. These are not unheard of from me. If you have Google Chrome on your system, uninstall that shit. I'm doing you a favor by yelling this at you, trust me. Get rid of it. Get literally any other browser. It doesn't matter. It just can't be Chrome. It just can't be Chrome. I will change your life with this advice. Do not. Do not. I'm an adult. I'm trying to save your career. You don't know how much of a service I'm doing you with this advice. I think he's bullying you, to be honest. I did know that False used Chrome. We've had a discussion about this in the past. It may be slightly targeted. My CPU can handle it. I actually don't know what CPU False has. But I know that our GPUs are literally like neck and neck. Like, we have effectively the same GPU. Except for False's was cheaper because she built her system at a time where that GPU power was more affordable than when I got mine. Big Sag, but like, it is what it is. Her GPU, if I remember right, from looking at like user benchmarks, it's like 2% faster than mine. Like, it's a little faster, but like, it's for all intents and purposes, it's practically the same GPU. So your CPU can't be that far ahead. And even if it is, it's bottlenecked. It's what I get for waiting years. My old PC would crash 1 or more times per stream. 2% is still 2%. False. I'm the system design guy. If in any game, I guess False probably hasn't been here for me playing enough RPGs, but if there's ever like a stat increase that's like 2%, like say if there's like a skill tree, right? And I see a node that's like increases blah blah damage by 2%. I'm literally gonna sit there and take a moment to laugh at it and make fun of it. Because I'm like, that is just so not worth it. In the slightest. I should play Skyrim. Sorry, it made me think of Skyrim's skill tree. Not the skill tree, actually. Skyrim's skill tree is actually pretty good. But Skyrim's skill system, like when you go from like 40 to 41 in a skill, it's always like a 1% buff. And that's where Skyrim is like, you only get meaningful increases from the skill nodes. You do not get them from just leveling the skill without putting nodes in. Unless you really grind. Archery is so OP in Skyrim. I can't be talking about games like this. We have like 3 games coming out in the next like month and a half. Granted, then after those 3, it's kind of chill for a while, actually. Skyrim would be fun. I haven't played Skyrim in a long ass time. It's not my favorite Elder Scrolls. That's no secret. I've gone on the Skyrim versus Morrowind rant plenty of times, but the Skyrim is good, like, casual fun. Morrowind is like, if you really want to get invested in an RPG that you can spend like 100 hours in and still have new shit to do and explore and discover, that's Morrowind. Skyrim is like the more casual Elder Scrolls game. And there's an appeal for it. Tears is the only one that matters. That's not true. In the next like 5 weeks, we have Dead Island 2, which is now less than 2 weeks away. That's on the 21st. We have... Sorry, I'm now distracted. We have Jedi Survivor on the I almost said the 29th, the 28th. And then Tears of the Kingdom, I don't know the date, but it's like early to mid-May. It's in the teens, I know that. So in the next like 5 weeks, we have 3 games, but then after that, it's kind of chill. I probably will be playing Street Fighter 6. I don't know if I'll really be streaming it a whole lot. That comes out in June. Like, I'm definitely going to play Street Fighter, but I don't know if it's really going to be like a stream game or if that's just going to be like a game that I just enjoy on my own. Those games are big poopies. Man, no. Jedi Survivor, the more I see of it, the better it looks. Am I the only... Has anyone else been seeing these new trailers they've started to put out? Like, the marketing has really started for it now. I've just started getting, like, the ads on YouTube and stuff. And the more I see of Jedi Survivor, the better it looks. Like, Fallen Order, I think I've talked about... It wasn't my favorite game by any means. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't, like, amazing. But Survivor looks a lot better. It just looks like Fallen Order with a lot of cool improvements and, like, new stuff. I think that that's going to be a really good game. I'm trying to think. If I want to go to the round table hold, I think if I go up to like Margit's Bonfire. Grace. Margit's Site of Grace. That Melina will invite me to the round table hold up there. I'm pretty sure. I know you can go out to like Caelid to do it. But I feel like the Margit one triggers it most of the time. For me. And it's a lot closer to where I am right now. I've seen Cal with a beard. we've only seen 4 lightsaber styles, like stances from the trailers. Because the Fallen Order just has like single blade and dual blade, right? And you can just toggle between it. Like you have one lightsaber and you can either use it like a standard one or like a Darth Maul style, one on each side sort of thing. The new game brings back both of those, of course. But then there's also, you can dual wield like single blade lightsabers. They've got the crossguard, like the Kylo Ren lightsaber that does the little T thing. And early critic reviews and like previews and stuff have said that there are 5 stances. We've seen 4, but like all of the critic previews keep saying that there's 5. So there's one that they're keeping a secret. And at this point, I don't even know what they would be keeping a secret. Those are like the only 4 kind of lightsabers I can think of. Like, I don't even know what the 5th style would be. I have no clue. Like, when I think of Star Wars and I start thinking through like the movies, the shows, all that, I'm like, those are kind of the 4 kinds of lightsabers that I can think of. I don't know what a 5th one... Lightsaber whip? Is that a thing? That would be sweet. Is that a thing that I just haven't seen? I know that there's like Star Wars stuff that I haven't seen. Like a lot of the extended universe I don't know as much about. I'm kind of a normie with Star Wars, to be fair. I love it. The universe is so good. But I made it up. That would be sweet though. A lightsaber whip would be horrifying as well. She's not here. Oh wait, talk to Melon? No, she would appear. I need strength to 16. I guess I could go to Kaled. I could make it happen. Lightsaber whip would be really fucking cool. Yeah, I have no clue what you would even do for a 5th lightsaber style. But apparently there is one. Miski? I'm great with new names. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Isn't it amazing how every single time someone subs, I don't know how to say their name. Like, truly. Oh, was that another faith-based one? I do want to probably use Golden Vow. I think using a buff, because I want to find a good, like, shield ash that's not parry-based. Because I know that they exist. If I get any cease and desist letters from Star Wars. I have no clue what you'd do for other lightsaber styles. But, you know, I'm definitely open to seeing what they might come up with. Just saying. But 5 styles sounds really cool. And, you know, probably, like, the... Sorry. My brain is going burr right now. The skill tree is probably a lot more in-depth, having 4 styles. And we've seen a couple of new, just, like, force abilities in the trailers, too, that weren't in Fallen Order. So, my hope, my dream for Fallen Order, or not Fallen Order, a new Jedi game, because one of my issues with Fallen Order was there was no build diversity. It was so easy to get every skill in the game in one playthrough, which is fun in the sense of, like, being an overpowered Jedi that can do everything. But I'm such a build diversity guy. I love when a game has like a bunch of different play styles that you kind of have to like plan out and spend your points thoughtfully to get to come together. That's so like my thing with RPGs, so having a skill tree where you can just get everything always is boring to me. That was like one of my biggest problems with Fallen Order, was that I didn't feel like I was really developing a play style. It just kind of felt like there was a play style and I was just slowly unlocking it. It feels way more fun to like slowly put together your own setup and style to play with, you know? I gotta play Borderlands sometime. I might play Roland. I think there's a market for Borderlands shorts. I feel like I need to start doing games that aren't Borderlands. There's definitely a market for Elden Ring. I don't know what kind of shorts I would do for Elden Ring. Because I don't know shit about Elden Ring lore. I mean, I could learn it, but I don't know shit about it. And even then, FromSoft's lore is normally a little more in-depth than stuff that you could fit within 60 seconds or less. Oh god. Ah! There's a cannon lightsaber whip. Let's go. Fuck off with that overhead. Let me parry you. Okay, she's not gonna let me. Anastasia. More like, god damn it. In the High Republic. I don't even know what that is. Mod lightsabers and force powers into Elden Ring. I saw that one really cool mod a while ago where the guy was like doing flips and shit with his sword. Like it was a modded Ash that was on his sword. But then he also, like on his offhand, he had a modded ability where he would like teleport up to the enemy, jump really high in the air, and like spin around and pull out like a red lightning bolt, and then spin back down and slam it into the ground, and that shit was fucking sweet. Some people have made like custom weapons and ashes for Elden Ring that are insane. Looks like a comic. Okay. Yeah, extended universe shit, I don't know. I pretty much only know like the live action Star Wars stuff. Because even like the animated shows, like Clone Wars or Bad Batch, I know is one that people really like. That's the one that's like ongoing too. I haven't seen any of those. Well, I've seen a bit of Clone Wars. I just didn't really like it. Which is weird, because I think the prequel era, outside of the Old Republic stuff, is probably my favorite era of Star Wars. Like, the classic era, so to speak, like the original trilogies period, with like the Empire and Rebellion, that's full on, like, yeah, nostalgia. That's a great era of Star Wars. But I do think that I probably like the prequel era stuff the most. It's just something about like the art style. I also, in case no one has noticed the pattern, I am a nerd, first of all, but I like when Star Wars gets more into the politics of the world. Because the world has really interesting politics. And the story, to begin with, is so, like, politically based. It's kind of like Metal Gear Solid level, where it's like, you can't tell a Star Wars story without politics being involved. It's a universe that's just kind of inherently political. Oh my god. Okay. Ow. So I like that the prequels dive more into it. Obviously, Andor is like my favorite show that they've done so far. And that really was just one giant dive into the politics of the universe. Ah, fuck. I was doing better. Darksaber would be a cool style. There's no way that they can canonically make it work though. Well, I guess maybe it would be a bit of a stretch to try to canonically tie in the Darksaber to Cal and then have it later end up with Mando. Like, you could do it. It's just, you know, it would feel like a bit of a stretch. That's really the best way I can put it. Why can I not use torrent up here? What's up with that? Oh, it's because of the invasion, isn't it? And why is this Anastasia bitch gatekeeping Caled from me? I just want to be able to go to the round table. Oh, fuck! Forgot to do the death counter today. No one will know. Oh, my chapstick is... I haven't properly unpacked everything from my bag. I, like, unpacked what I needed immediately yesterday when I got home, but that's it. My chapstick is packed still. My lips are getting chapped. And I was about to, like, reach for it. Normally I have it on my desk, but... yeah. Can I just sneakily... I should just fight her. Ugh. This is a struggle out here. Come on. Wait, you can parry the overhead. Okay, it's just really weird timing. Good to know. You don't have to fight her. Do you think... what were we calling this guy? I don't remember. What's his canon name? Oh, God. But, you think he would back down from a fight like this? Of course not. He's the Giga Chad Paladin. Well, he will be. You seen the dual phase lightsabers? Maybe? Oh my God! Okay, that Ash, I don't know what that is, but it's kind of nuts. Oh yeah, Buttlet. You think Buttlet would back down from a fight? Of course not. What does Sacred Scorpion Charm do again? Oh wait, it raises holy attack. Well, I do happen to be playing a Faith build. Would that apply to a weapon with Golden Vow on it? Like with the Faith element, so to speak, on it? I don't know what it's called. Is it holy? Is that what weapons, is that the prefix for weapons with Faith ashes on them? It might be holy. Vader uses it? Oh wait, really? Maybe, I don't... I had no idea that he had any sort of special lightsaber, but... cool. Aha! That's why I was coming up here, that's right.
Forgive me. To determine if you had...
I don't know if it buffs a buff. Buffs normally stack in Elden Ring.
Very well, let my hand...
But really, it's more, like, my question is pretty much... like, will it count for the basic attack damage on, like, a holy weapon? Or would it only count for, like, ash damage that uses holy damage? You know, like... I mean, if I'm using Golden Vow, it'll be a buff anyway. Which I'm about to put Golden Vow on it. That's why I wanted to come here. So it will be worthwhile regardless, I guess. Hello, friend. Like, I could put an attack on it, but because I want to play with a shield a little more, sacred damage. I don't think I have enough stones. I do not. Okay. Fun. Where's the, is it this guy that sells incants here? Yeah, it is. Does he have any more, like, healing based? Here we go. Oh. Wait, I already have urgent heal. Like, I literally have it equipped. Oh, urgent heal is a smaller amount, and heal? I would have thought it was the opposite. I was like, why is heal more expensive? Ooh, being able to cure poison? That seems like a paladin-y thing to do, does it not? Being able to cure status effects? Okay, I'm a little less familiar with kind of your traditional paladin, so to speak. But to me, it seems like it fits. Or maybe these ones I'm less sure about. This one seems like I could definitely see like a healer type character using cure poison. Something like that. But these I'm a little less sure of. Like, would a healer slash tank hybrid, it is a tank hybrid, be able to increase damage negation to certain elements? You know, now that I'm thinking about it, it kind of seems like they would be able to, if you ask me personally. I only have 2 memory slots right now. So I'll probably come back to get these. But it actually does kind of seem like that's a thing that I should be able to do as a paladin, personally. I know that I can farm smithing stone 1s from the soldiers here. There's probably... Oh, would the mine down by the first dragon in Limgrave have... Poison curing is a thing? Okay, that would fit then. Hold on, how do you... Yeah, memorize spell, that's it. You can tell that I'm great at Elden Ring. Throw heal on there. So now I've got 2 healing spells. On top of my healing flasks, I should probably actually get some FP flasks on him. What do we think? 2? I'll probably just run 2 for the entire game, and then like every seed that I get from this point on. Yeah. I'll just put into more heal flasks. But 2 should be good. Considering I'm just using it as extra heals anyway. It's kind of dumb, but I'm trying to fit the theme, okay? I was like, wait a second. If I'm just using the FP flasks for more heals, should I not just not use FP at all? But I'm trying to be on theme. Okay? Hold on. Elden Ring Shield Ashes. I want to find one that I can grab kind of early, just to work with at least, that maybe, like, strengthens, like, my shield. Barricade Shield came up on Google. What does this do? An Ash of War provides the standard affinity and the barricade skill, so it's not elemental in any way. Grants affinities and skills to an armament. That's all it says. That's the in-game description. It literally, that's all it says. When it says barricade shield, it sounds like what I want to do. Where would I get it? Oh, dropped by Knights Cavalry and Weeping Peninsula, you say? I could probably beat the Knights Cavalry and Weeping Peninsula at this point. With my Soldier of Rick gear. I'm just looking at the map real quick to see where he spawns, because I don't know the game that well. Oh, okay, I know exactly where that is. Like, I know a landmark that will get me there nice and easy and everything. Alright, to the Weeping Peninsula I go. I might as well fast travel a little bit more there. Oh, wait. Yeah, so there's a mine right by Agheel. Hold on, I'm gonna go do that first. Let me go over here. There's a mine tucked in the corner here that probably has a bunch of smithing stone 1s and maybe 2s. Possibly. Possibly. I feel like I'm gonna just kind of wander around more playing this build just because I'm kind of doing this thing where I'm just winging it. And I kind of like doing it this way. Where I'm kind of just like, you know, I didn't really plan this too well, but I've got a theme in mind, and let's just see what I can scrap together as I go. So far, it's working fairly well. It's not the fastest start to a build I've ever had by any means. But it's working. Ooh, I should try putting the Scorpion Charm on, since I'm using a Sacred affinity on the sword. I think that it should boost the damage. It is holy damage. Right? Hold on. Yeah, it does put holy damage on the broadsword, so it should buff the damage on that. I think that that will work, actually. See, I'm just randomly, I fought this chick on the way to Caelid while trying to just get to the round table hold. She dropped something that happens to buff holy damage, and I'm like, hey, I'm using that. It's kind of weird doing it this way, but it's also kind of enjoyable doing it this way. I'm not used to doing a build, like a flat-out build without a ton of planning ahead of time. It's new for me. But so far, so good. Now, let's see if I can manage to get some smithing stone 1s in here. Feast upon Fire and Quickstep are other good paladin skills that go well with Golden Bow. Oh yeah, let me... I forget the controls a little bit. There we go. Let me Oh my god, it uses so much FP. Wow. Yeah, that's a considerable damage jump. Oh, holy damage kind of wrecks these guys. I knew that magic damage did. And that, like, bleed definitely didn't. Fire definitely didn't. Oh my god, holy really does, though. With, like, Golden Vow and the Scorpion Charm. Yeah, this works. This definitely works. If I can destroy the rock guys, I should be chilling. Because the rock guys are normally, like, the most annoying to kill on any playthrough that I do. Just because, like, every weapon bounces off of them like that. But considering that I'm actually getting good damage off the holy damage. Does it have Pierce? No, it doesn't. No Pierce. Not that I'm seeing, at least, unless it's something that I don't know where to look for. Does it work on Crystallians as well? Probably not. It probably will do some more damage. But, I did an Intelligence Samurai build on the first run for, like, half of my playthrough. Like, my blind playthrough. And I still had to, like, guard break and critical them before I could get any meaningful damage in. It's probably not gonna get around the gimmick with Crystallians. But it definitely, with these rock guys, just makes so that I can, you know, bonk them straight up. Oh, it has standard / pierce. Hold on. I'm just dumb then. Where does it say it has pierce? Does it just not say it in game? Is that something? Is that one of those Elden Ring things that's like, yeah, just look at the wiki to figure out if you have it or not? Because there are some things in Elden Ring that are like, yeah, if you really want to know about this one stat, you just have to look at the wiki page for this item, or Ash, or whatever it might be you're looking at. Or talismans are the big one, to like figure out how much of a buff some talismans are getting you. Oh, standard / pierce. Duh. Okay. You see, I was looking below at like the full stat spread. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, that's just me not knowing how to read the stat page, which happens. You learn a little bit every time you play Elden Ring. You really do. So how many did I get just from that? I got up to 8. Which could get my sword the +3. Oh, wait. Oh, there's one of those little... Hold on. I think Pierce wrecks these guys. Oh, whoa. I accidentally chugged a flask. Thankfully, it stopped me. Hold on. Let's do this again. Ow. Fuck. The damage increase when I buff with Golden Vow is really substantial. It's a lot. I think it might be a combination of the two. I think it's a combination of the holy damage and the pierce on the sword that's doing it. Because, yeah, they're dying way faster than I'm used to. So it's probably a combination of both. If you pick yellow, I personally don't like you. I had someone I knew in high school whose legit just like full stop favorite color was yellow. That's some psychopath shit. I don't trust people who say that yellow is their favorite color. You're lying to me. Yellow is just kind of like the most middle ground color of them all. Like, nothing that like jumps out at me about it. Nothing bad about it. But like, it's just kind of Kaz's girlfriend's favorite color is yellow. Well, I already don't trust her. Just off of that. Roald Dahl's favorite color is yellow? Is Roald Dahl still alive? Oh. Oh, holy. Oh, holy. My sword may bounce off. Ow! I didn't think that would be a big shockwave. But it doesn't matter when my damage is this good. that takes a while. Hey, hey, whoa, slow down, slow down. What? What? Oh my god, okay. Died a while ago? I thought so. Favorite color is brown. That's kind of wild too, man. How far are we? Not at all. I started a new character. Great game though. I recommend it. The cat lady is here. The cat lady. You know what? I can go with that. We could settle for that. The cat lady works. Oh wait, they just drop stones too. That's kind of beauty. I thought the stake was gonna be like at the boss fight. Who? Oh, I don't know. I don't know who, but allergic to animals. That is also true. And very sad. Wait, what the hell? Oh no. I got trolled. Not really, but I thought I had just died because of that. We're fine. Unless I prefer dogs. Okay, that's based. It's not the fur I'm allergic. Wait, what? What are you allergic to if it's not the fur? Ah! God, that's so horseshit. The skin? You're shitting me. I've never once... The skin. You're allergic to the skin? Ah! Okay, fine. Ow. Ah, fuck. I thought my wake up would give me the iframes I needed to get out of there. I was wrong. To every animal? Bro, what? Why would your VTuber thing be a cat if you preferred dogs? That's a great question. That's a great question. Huh. Huh. Wait, no, the second hit didn't kill him. There we go. See, I'm skillful. I see censorship happening. Real time. Looks like a cat to me. True. I love the cat joke. I don't remember exactly how this started. But I'm glad this has become a mainstay. Being a cat while hating cats. Don't get her started on this. Don't get her started on this. From my chat? I thought so. I thought it was something that I just picked up from your chat. And then it spread over here because I said it here. That's... This time, right? I love that this is literally just a buffed overworld enemy. And yet, here I am. Multiple deaths in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's big. Come here. With the holy damage. Oh, that's beautiful. What an attempt. No damage attempt, even. No damage. That's what we like to see. My model always got called Mori, too. Huh? What? Am I gonna play Sekiro on stream? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played Sekiro in general. Oh, another VTuber. Okay. I was in the middle of copy pasting into Google. So I was just like... It's not even that close. What? It's just pink hair, red eye. That's it. It's not even that close. My old model was? I guess. Closer. Her color palette's the same? Yeah, that bit's true. The color palette is the same. That bit's fair. Will you play Pizza Tower? It's not my kind of game. I've seen it. It looks fun if it's your thing, but it's definitely not my thing. I never was big on the Wario games. And also, I really don't like the art style. I really don't. It's just really abrasive. It doesn't sit with me. I don't like it. Oh wait, I meant to go to the round table hold. Man spent 30 minutes talking about Among Us devs. I will stand by. I think that's probably the biggest fumble in indie game history. And I will stand by it.
Well, I took you've no matter its layout, you're out.
I was here to strengthen armament. Yeah, the shield too. I was like, what am I? Wait, no, that's, fuck. Oh, why can I not upgrade the shield that I'm using? Mr. Blacksmith Man? Oh, I can. Wait, what? Wait a second. Oh, that's right. I'm not even using the other shield yet. That's why.
No matter.
That's why. Oh, god damn it. I just wasted 2 stones. So now I'm upset. Surprised Elden Ring got so popular. It seems like such a blatant Dark Souls ripoff. True. So, I genuinely did see some people say that. Like, completely unknowingly say that. The lack of self-awareness was amazing on that shit. Fall Guys fell off. Among Us was literally the biggest game of the year and has now died into like absolutely nothing. Fall Guys still gets active support. Among Us, I was talking about it earlier. The thing with Among Us was all they had to do to keep that game relevant for years to come was just keep putting out consistent content updates. But like at peak popularity, it took them like 6 months plus to make a single map for the game. That's why I say that's probably the biggest fumble in indie game history. Like, Fall Guys fell off, but it still makes a lot of money through, like, its active content. And they make a lot of content. Like, every time I go back on a whim to play it once in a while, it's a completely different game. Like, all the stages are different. I've never played any of them. Like, Among Us got so little content. It was the biggest game fall and all. Yeah, it really was. Like, to go from being the largest game of the entire year, like, compared to AAA's, it was the largest game. And it didn't even come out that year. And it took them so long to make any content for the game. I thought you were talking about Fall Guys. You're talking about Among Us? Yeah. Among Us. Fall Guys had a fall off. But it also, like, it still gets, like, mainstream crossovers, too. And if you go look at Steam charts, like, Fall Guys still does pretty well for itself. Wasn't proximity chat a mod, too? Not even included? That's true. That's true. And that was probably... I never played with proximity chat, but that probably was just the best way to play the game. Among Us was a ripoff of Unfortunate Spaceman. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've seen stuff about it. To be fair, though, Among Us definitely seems to have just improved it. Like, made it more digestible. Especially considering how much that format of game appeals to a younger audience, making it more digestible and more like easily consumable is a big deal. But I've seen the original Unfortunate Spaceman. It's kind of funny, actually. I remember someone doing a video on it. I don't remember who did it, but someone. Some relatively big channel, I think, did a whole video talking about it. Free to play? That's a good thing. That's Among Us is not free to play. Well, it is on mobile for some reason, but not. I don't get it. Yoink. So I'm going pretty much to the wall. Sorry. YouTube comments. I have my noties on and I get distracted when my phone pulls one up. I'm always curious. People think I'm just psycho for leaving my comment noties on, but I kind of like having my phone ding me for comments. As weird as people might think it is. Pastime. I was like, what am I doing? I need it to be nighttime for this fella to spawn. Is that him? Oh, it is him. I thought I would have to like go off. I thought it would only be at like nighttime that he would spawn. But no, he's here. Oh, wrong button. Come here, bitch. I need your thing. Aye. Oh, why do you have a shield-based Ash? Seems just a bit weird that you would have a reward that buffs my shield, but it's whatever. He's actually maybe gonna be a little tough for me. I haven't fought a Knight's Cavalry in so long. Like, genuinely, I don't think I've done it since my first playthrough. Ah. Wah. Target the horse. Ah! Come here, bitch. Oh, big stutter. Whoa. Me when I play Elden Ring on PC. Come here. Well, there goes my golden vow. Hold on. I could probably rebuff here. I threw. Unfortunate Spaceman players invited stream when? Yeah, not happening. I used to do open lobby streams when I was on Twitch. No. It's just one of those things. It's like, yeah. There's not much chance that I do them again. Wait, no, I meant to go to nighttime. Shit. They're always fun for like an hour. And then... yeah. Anyway. Did you do a Fall Guys stream somewhat recently? No. Did I? Yeah, I did stream Fall Guys back on Twitch once or twice when it first came out. Alright, come here. Come here! God damn it. Jesus. But recently? No, that wouldn't... not me. Ah, fuck! That horse is dead! This time, for real. Oh, I'm lucky that that missed me. Ah! Ow! No! I threw. Unless it got canceled. Oh! We were gonna do a Discord game night on Fall Guys. That got canceled. The magic thing you put above your head, it buffs, here. Where is it? Oh, I don't know if I can get a description of it here. It buffs, with holy damage. So, faith-based, the stat, faith. I'm going for like a traditional paladin. So it buffs all my damage with faith damage, holy damage. So as long as I'm all yellow and glowy like that, I'm dealing more damage with my sword. Huh. Because I also just have holy damage, like as a element type pretty much, applied on the sword. So, it just straight up buffs my damage for my guy. Ow! Did you see the new Dungeons and Dragons movie? No, the trailers looked pretty bad. And I was never a D&D fan to begin with. I thought it had potential. Like, I remember when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, a D&D movie would probably work, maybe, if they do it right. It's one of those, like, if they do it right kind of movies. And the trailers didn't do it many favors for me, at least. It's actually good, is it? I might see it at some point. My only D&D experience is I played Neverwinter for all of, like, 4 days at one point. Before then getting pulled into Warframe instead. Oh, come on, I killed the horse! No! Said it was alright. He doesn't know much about D&D. You see the trailer with the zombie? I don't think I saw that one, no. Said that Air was really, really good, though. I might see it, like, what's it? When it comes out on, like, streaming stuff. Because I've got HBO now. They might pick it up. I don't know. HBO seems to pick up most stuff worth picking up these days. So I ended up getting HBO. Ow. We watched 3 films yesterday. He just went and spent a day at the theater? That's crazy. Ow. Did he pay for all of them like a nerd? Or did he do it the right way? Wink, wink. We would never ever, you know, jump between the theaters with just one ticket and see multiple movies. Of course not, but... Stay back. I need to rebuff. No! No! Uh-oh, bad time to heal. I should have waited. It's his little, like, shoulder bump move that really is doing the most damage to me each run. That shit's fucking me up. Think I could get it off? You think I could? Oh god, he's going for it. He's getting a little aggressive here. Nope. Oh wait, I did! He missed! Get away from me! I need to buff one more time. Okay, there goes all my FP. But I've got a health bar, a fresh buff, and a dream. I am an Elden gamer. I got it in me. If I can just get that horse. If I can just kill that horse. I have a big opening if I can do it. There we go. Oh, that's huge. That's what we're looking for. Ow! Beautiful. Then watched Air and the Pope's Exorcist after I took... Pope's Exorcist? I haven't even heard about that. He has a membership so he doesn't have to pay extra? Wait. Having a membership there, they just let you... They just let you see multiple movies because you're a member? Is that a thing? That's a real thing? There's like, oh yeah, you're a member. You can see like 3 movies today. We'll only charge you for 1. You pay $15 a month and you can watch unlimited films? What the fuck? All that they offer for like theater memberships here is just that like you get some credit back each time that you go. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Why don't we have that here? I would pay for that and I would go see everything. That's a lie, probably. I would pay for it and see like 1 movie a month.
Well, I took you no matter it's lay out your own.
Which is owned by AMC. Why does AMC not do that? The fuck? Okay, let's try Barricade Shield. Could I also just throw it on there? Oh wait, no, you have to take it off. Okay, well, we'll just put it on the shield that I have on hand. And so that I can play around with it, get a feel for it. Because literally from the written description, I have no idea what it does. But I just went off of, it's called Barricade Shield. It buffs your shield. I'm assuming it buffs its defensive potential. But maybe for a 100% shield, that's gonna be bad. We'll have to see. Oh, the buff doesn't last very long either. He pays for popcorn and stuff? Well, yeah. But yeah, here, all that I get is like, if you're a member, you get a certain amount of credit back from every purchase at the theater. Hello! Can I pick it up? Thank you. Oh, there's a seat up there. Oh my god! Hold on, chat. Check this out. I'm gonna try it. Shoot me, bitch. He missed! I'll make it real easy on him. My boy. My boy, you, not doing so hot, eh? You good? Are you okay? I'm gonna use a whole FP bar waiting for you to actually hit me. He got big arrows. But apparently he can't hit a damn thing. Dude! Keep in mind, people stay away from this game and never give it a shot because they think it's too hard. Barricade Shield is insane! I blocked it with no damage taken, and it only eats like half my stamina. This is, okay, this was an awesome Ash to try out. I'm gonna stick with that, at least for a while. At least for a bit. That's insane. How have I never heard of this? If it's that powerful for, like, blocking damage, how have I never even heard of this Ash? That's crazy talk, dude. It's so much better than it has any right to be. The fact that I can just block a giant arrow like that and then run in and get some attacks, that's gonna be insane for bosses. Barricade shield, I might be able to just, like, straight up negate all the damage from a boss attack using that. Can you imagine? I go to fight Godric, and he does, like, the ground slam, and I'm just like, the ground slam probably wouldn't work. He tries to, like, hit me with his big hammer. No, Margit with the hammer. And I just pull out the barricade shield, and I say, not today, bitch. And I just block it straight up. This might be really fun to play with, actually. There we go. New flask. Got 4 heals now, which will work out quite nicely, I think. So, if I remember right, there's a tier, or not a tier. Yeah, a tier up there, a tier up there, and a tier up there. In Weeping. That arrow had so much momentum, it likely would have destroyed the shield and killed you. No. Counterpoint, magic shield. Checkmate, liberal. Magic shield trumps everything. Fuck that sheet. Whatever it is, I don't know what the hell that thing is supposed to be. It vaguely resembles a sheep. We'll go with that. I hate running up to this area, but magic isn't real. Oh, just wait until you see my horse. My horse with the weird horns. Wait, no, this isn't where I want to be. Is this where I want to be? I think it is, actually. Right? Because I hear the rats. Oh yeah, it's in here, right? Yeah, there it is. It's the church up in the town. Got it. We out. Time to do the big Weeping Peninsula sweep that we have to do every playthrough to get all the tiers that are here. It's actually kind of busted that they have so many tiers in Weeping Peninsula. Like, in all honesty, granted, Elden Ring is not a game that I attribute to being very balanced. It's a really easy game to break as soon as you know what you're doing. But I think that's part of the appeal on repeat playthroughs of it. It's definitely like dude, that Musketeer playthrough that we did a few months ago, oh my god. By endgame, that thing was just ridiculous. I have a massive skill issue in the Soulsborne games. I'm just bad at them, despite really enjoying them. So I definitely wasn't a great showcase, but whenever I was getting that damage in, I was really getting that damage in. Like, to an insane extent. YouTube is blocking my messages when I say stupid I-word. I-word. Wait, is I-word code? Are we speaking in tongues? The I-word. Idiot? Oh, L-word. Oh. Liberal. That's funny. I think YouTube just tries to keep political debates off the platform as much as they can. You can imagine that advertisers would not be super happy having their content put on, like, heated political debates. Generally, whenever YouTube blocks or prevents anything, it's literally just because they're trying to keep advertisers happy. That's the only reason they block anything. And that one makes sense. You can imagine, like, Clorox doesn't want to have their ads running. Whatever. The first thing that I could come up with. On superheated political debates. Bitch. Bitch. This is probably the strongest I've been early on in a long time. I've had so many, like, endgame-oriented builds that end up being super weak in the early game. Oh! They can do that. They can do that. Making you think magic is real. As if you're... Yeah. Oh. Okay, that can happen. I just got shotgunned by a magic blast. I don't get why advertisers would care. Oh, it's really bad PR. If anyone actually starts calling it out. That's why the adpocalypse happened in the first place. Was that people started calling out, like, weird things because they don't understand how YouTube's ecosystem works. So they thought that, like, you know, SC Johnson or whatever the fuck was, like, intentionally running ads on, like, PewDiePie content. Just whatever comes to mind, right? And then SC Johnson was like, hey, you're giving us a bad image. We're not going to run ads on YouTube anymore. And it led to, like, no advertisers running ads on YouTube for a bit. And then no YouTubers could make any money because there were no ads. And it became known as the adpocalypse. And that's why YouTube has so many advertiser policies now. It's to prevent something like that from ever happening again. Oh! I'm so scared of that shotgun now. Just, it's a bad reflection on them. Yeah, it's like as soon as people start thinking, because like the majority of people just don't understand how it works, where like companies, all that they do is just pay YouTube like a flat rate. And it's just like, we give you this much money, you run this many ads over this amount of time. And that's all that it is. And YouTube doesn't specifically curate where those ads get run, right? So most people don't understand that. Most people think that the deals happen between like an advertiser and a YouTuber or something like that, right? They think it's like super direct when it's not at all. Hector, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. You could choose target demographic. You can now. Used to not be a thing. But you can now. But even then, it will run on any channel. It will just run towards people who the algorithm believes would want it, right? Like, if you watch a lot of gaming content, but you also watch, like, I don't know, parenting advice content, right? And you watch both. You then might open up, like, a PewDiePie video and still get, like, a diaper ad for babies or something, right? Like, it is a targeted demographic thing, but it can still, it's on the user end, not the content end, if that makes sense. Like, I see a bunch of gaming ads, regardless of if the video I'm watching is gaming or not, just because YouTube knows that I watch gaming content. So it's still, it's kind of weird. Finally, 16 string. Pewd's gonna be a dad soon. Wait, is he? Is Marcia pregnant? I never heard about this. Really? I didn't know that.
Well, I took you've no matter.
I'm a little out of the loop on what other creators are doing at this point. Oh wait, no, I wanted Ash. No, not duplication. Just flip it over to the new shield. Then, yeah. Oh, I'm in full Soldier of Rick cosplay now. They're just old. These goddamn old people. I did see his new puppy. I don't like pugs, though. Well, I like pugs. I would never own a pug. They are genuinely like the most, I don't know how to put this. They're just the unhealthiest dogs around. There has been so much like genetic modification and shit done to pugs. They die within like a handful of years, almost always. They just don't live. They are so unhealthy. Maya lasted a long time. Yeah, sometimes they do. I think the average lifespan for a pug is really short, though. And even then, you can get like a lot of their issues treated as they pop up, but then it's just super expensive to keep your dog alive. Like, insanely expensive to get all the procedures done and everything. If I didn't know any better, I would say PewDiePie just probably, you know, gets all the things handled as they pop up. Because, like, A, dude's got the money for it. B, I know that Maya, like, didn't have an eye. That probably was a result of a health issue at one point. Like, I know that she was just always missing an eye. And that probably was a result of some health issue along the line. Pug lifespan is 12 to 15 years? That can't be right. That has to be, like, with treatment. Like what I'm saying. Like, if you can afford to get all the treatments done. I wonder if pugs were to, you know, not get medical treatment. I wonder if that's even a stat that I can find. Puggle without medical. I don't know how to word this. It says lifespan of 10 to 15, but like they have so many health issues. Hold on, let me see. Let me just look up like common puggle health problems and just go through what pugs are known to deal with. Because when I'm saying, like, if you didn't get a lot of medical stuff done, they really would not last long. Like, they really wouldn't. Common health issues. Man, I'm gonna have to Google these. These are science words. Hypothyroidism is when the thyroid gland can't make enough thyroid hormones to meet your body's needs. Okay, symptoms. Give me symptoms. I don't need to know what causes it. Okay. This is also a thing in people, apparently. Fatigue, cold sensitivity, constipation, dry skin, and unexpected weight gain. That's not bad. That's just a quality of life thing. What is patellar luxation? When the dog patella, the kneecap, shifts out of alignment. Ooh. So their knees just shift out of line and pop out. Epilepsy. Dude, I swear every friend that I have ever had that has a pug, that pug has been epileptic. That one, 100%. Hip dysplasia. Their hip sockets also pop out of place. Eye problems. I want more specifics on eye problems. Because I just said that Maya had a missing eye. So that now I want to know what... Okay, anyway. Arthritis. God, it sounds like it would suck to be a pug. Like, it would really suck. That's just from, like, a... Should you own a, Just Google why Maya didn't have an eye. True. Why does PewDiePie's dog not have one eye? It autofilled. Maya was missing a left eye. Oh, never mind. Due to an incident with a cat when she was young. She got attacked by a cat and lost an eye. Arthritis is super common in many breeds as well. I just would not be willing to, like, I wouldn't want to get a pug knowing that it's, like, the amount of medical procedures I'm going to need to get done to, like, just kind of, I mean, in some cases keep my dog alive with, like, epilepsy being common and stuff, but also, like, just to keep their quality of life up to, like, the standard you would expect. I'm fat rolling, and I went into Margit not knowing I'm... Oh my god, okay. We just go back towards the door, accept death if I can't get this... Okay, there we go, medium load. Uh-oh. Oh, lucky. Hold on, I kind of want to try... Come here. Oh. I can actually just fully block Margit's attacks with, like, no stamina cost. Oh shit, I couldn't get it up in time. Story of my life. Bad joke. It's bad. What is fat rolling? It's when your gear's too heavy for your endurance stat. That's what he said. Yeah, whatever. The joke has been made. I was about to damage control it because it just, like, brain ran faster than mouth, but the joke was made. They're way healthier than you'd think. Bro, everyone that I've known who's owned a pug has had so many issues with them that have been, like, super expensive. I would never. Like, my dog, the only time I've, like, had to bring my dog to the vet because something is wrong is when she got into my sister's room and ate a 2-pound bag of Sour Patch Kids. The entire fucking thing. That's literally the only time she's had a problem in her 6 years that we've had her. And even then, she just had to, like, work through it. She was really sick. I thought she was gone. She was really sick. It's funny, I can laugh about it now. I've mentioned before that my dog is far from the brightest. Well, she's also a lab. So, like, they eat anything in sight if given the option. Ow. How many people have you known with pugs? I would say, hold on, what? I've known 4 people with pugs as pets. They're a very popular breed. At least, in the US. It might be more of a regional thing. But they're definitely really popular dogs here. I'm trying to read chat while I fight Margit. I should probably just get her done and then catch up. I'm getting a little overconfident with my Elden Ring if I'm trying to read chat while fighting Margit. Oh my god. Okay, there was a little bit of chip damage on that one. But, like, a tiny bit. But the fact that I can even just block a whole attack string from him and still have stamina to hit back is crazy. Come on. Let me go again. I don't really... Where do I normally... I'm trying to remember for, like, just getting my stats pulled up, chat. Where do I normally farm runes? Because I genuinely can't remember. Oh, the spot in Caelid. That's right. I was like, where's that earlier rune farm that's really good that I always use? Like, before I can get to the Moog one that's, like, insane. Because I feel like this one is a little stat hungry, but it's not as bad as the full pyromancy faith build that we did, where I had to be like level 60 for the thing to even function at like a basic level. That was insane. I've never played a build in any Souls game that stat hungry. That one was really bad. But this being like a melee faith build, you can work with melee anything from a much earlier point in the game. But when I was doing like full pyromancy, that was insanely stat hungry. I had to level my character so much early on to make it even do anything. They pay so little if it's a farm, or if it's a named dragon. Yeah. I've heard people say that fighting dragons is a good way to get runes. Like, there's the one that if you have, like, a weapon with bleed on it, that one in Caelid, that has, like, 1,000,000 health or whatever it is. Probably more than that, to be honest. Then I had 2 kids and realized I can't be responsible for any more beings. Corgis are great, but they're super active. Like, they're kind of hyperactive. You have to be a super active person to have a Corgi. I was going to get a, Jindo. When I was in Florida, I was gonna get a Jindo, because my apartment complex was cool with pets. And there was one that was literally being given away for free that they rescued from Korea, like at a local place. And I almost took her. But then I started doing my research, and they were also like super active dogs. And I was like, I'm gonna be honest, I work at my computer all day, every day. Like, I can't have a dog that's that active. A lab I can deal with, because they're like moderately active. My dog that I have here is fine. As long as someone else can handle the dog while I'm streaming, which is almost always the case, it's perfect. And even when no one else can, I just have to take like 5 minutes of stream to burn her energy out. And that's it. Jindos are sweet, though. Jindo's a really good breed. I love those dogs. Ah! I'm incredibly inactive. Yeah, my lab is like, she also, she's 6 years old and she still thinks she's a puppy. She's definitely the most hyper dog I've ever had. And I've had labs in the past. She's way more hyper. But she really is like, she'll get super hyper, and then I just throw a toy around for like 10 minutes, and then she goes back to sleep, because she just burns all the energy insanely fast, and she's out. It's not hard to keep her happy. She's pretty easy. Except for when she's hungry. She annoys the fucking shit out of me when she's hungry. Wow, the accent came back there for a second. I heard that. I heard the accent there for a second. That was a little bad. Let's not slowly creep back to it. I'd rather not. I really used to have the goofiest accent. I don't want to get it back by any means. I mean, some days I miss it because it is like, oh, it was funny when I had it. But it sounded so goofy. When I moved to Florida, people asked me where I was from for the first few months I lived there. It was so noticeable anytime that I spoke. Ow. It's because my buddies in high school were super redneck, and Minnesota rednecks just sound like the most exaggerated, like, Canadian you can think of. They don't have like a country accent. When I say redneck, you think like a southern accent, like a really strong one. No. Minnesotan rednecks are like characters in Fargo. That's what they sound like. So I picked up the accent hanging around them so much. Good job collecting those 0 runes. I keep seeing the pile and thinking I still have like 2,000 in it. I don't. Because I have a skill issue. Fuck. I am saying the no-no word a lot today. Ah! Box scooper? For a cat? Ah! Oh, that was slower than I thought. Why you gotta be like that, man? Give me a minute. Give me a minute! Thank you. And I threw the health away. Oh my god. Ah, I thought... Okay. I thought I only had to worry about the hammer. My lack of Margit memorization is now showing. Definitely not a skill issue. Definitely not a skill issue. Nope. I could bring Rogier into it and just immediately be done. But I'm prideful today. Ow. Give me my 0 runes back. I'm fighting with honor for once, which is not something I've done since like my blind playthrough of Elden Ring. I'm so the person who's just like, yeah, I don't really want to be here for that long. Let me just summon. Today I fight with honor. Cold Eyes again, he has to summon Rogier? No, maybe. I know that if I summon Rogier, it's like I'm gonna win on that attempt. So I don't want to. I have a skill issue, but it's not like a crippling skill issue. We can definitely work with it. It's just, yeah. You know what? Let me use it just for fun. That one didn't even hit me. Dude, it's actually a really good Ashe. Granted, the buff doesn't last very long, so you kind of have to buff and be ready to use it. Like that. But to be able to block a boss's, like a Remembrance boss's attacks and use that little stamina on a 100% block shield, it's really good. It's just, it has like a very specific application. It's not an Ashe that's gonna be like overpowered by any means, but it is like, yeah, if you wanna play a little block heavy, try something new out in Elden Ring if you haven't done it before. Especially for being early game. It's more than viable. We'll see how it scales, because I'll probably end up needing to drop it for another shield Ashe at some point. But you never know. I don't know. I've never seen anyone use it. I only found out it was a thing because I googled shield Ashes and looked through the wiki list. Ooh. Alright, maybe I'll get Rogier out. My skill issue is really coming through. What would help? More health would help. Should I go? I don't feel like I need to farm to beat him. What? it wouldn't hurt to go and get the spot opened up. And these guys do drop like 1,000 runes a kill. And I only need like 3,000 runes per level. And I just don't have a whole lot of health. I'm just thinking out loud a bit here. It's like I was told on my blind playthrough by the veterans in the chat at the time. If you're dying after using all of your flasks, then you need, what's it called? You need better stats. You're under-leveled. Compared to your own skill and everything. Even if you're not under-leveled, like, for what you're supposed to be at that point in the game, like, relative to your own skill and that enemy. If you're dying after using all of your flasks, you need more health, damage, flask upgrades in some cases, whatever it might be. You just need some boost that's gonna get you through. And remember when I beat Margit with like Ooga Booga caveman build multiple times? Back when I was not suffering from such a skill issue. Those were the days. Still had a skill issue. But when it wasn't bad enough and I was able to like beat Margit at level 3 with a club. Those were the days. Now here I am with like my buffs at level 20 trying to fight him, and I'm like, well, I need to go rune farm. I could sit there and bang my head against the wall, but this is Elden Ring, not Dark Souls, not Demon Souls. Can I pick up that rune, please? Oh my god! I'm like spamming Y as I'm going over it. That's why I'm getting angry. There we go. If I was playing any other Soulsborne, I would be like, well, I just need to get good. But when I'm playing Elden Ring, it's like, well, time to go get stronger and come back. It's a very different kind of design. And I don't mind it. I don't like it as much as get good, lol. Because I think the old games just push you to learn the bosses in a way that, for me personally, is more engaging. But I think the reason that Elden Ring has done so well is because it's more accessible in the sense of, like, if you're really struggling with a boss, just go get some levels, maybe find a new item, an ash, a spell, whatever, and then just come back and try again. You can just go off and become stronger and come back, even when it's like the mainline bosses like Margit, Godric, whatever, right? You can do that. Oh my god. The shader compilation stutter. This is why we don't uninstall Elden Ring, chat. Remind me. The next time that I'm thinking about freeing up 50, 60 gigs on my hard drive by uninstalling Elden Ring, remind me of this moment where I'm just trying to ride torrent to the to the rune farm, Grace farm. And I'm stuttering like crazy going through the area for the first time again. Oh god, this is a bad idea. Don't uninstall Elden Ring. Every time I uninstall and reinstall it, I'm just like, why? Why did I do this to myself? I know better. I know not to do this. But then every time I need some more storage on my computer, Elden Ring is right there. And I'm like, well, that's a pretty good amount of storage to free up. And if I'm not playing it, like, for stream right then it's like one of the first to go. I honestly should have uninstalled, like, Hogwarts Legacy or something instead. Just because I've burned out so hard on it that, like, I'm not even playing it right now. And it's a bigger game, like, hard drive-wise, too, than Elden Ring. It would have been the smarter thing. But I kind of had it in my head that I was going to come back to it really soon. But it's just every time I'm scheduling a stream in the morning, and I I think to myself, I should do Hogwarts Legacy. I'm just like, but I really, really don't want to do Hogwarts Legacy. Every time. Those collectibles are brutal, and I still have, like, over 100. It's just every time I think about it, it's like, nope. No, I take it back. I don't want to do it anymore. Watch this. I'm gonna get one level. I was gonna say I'm gonna get one more level and then go back to Margit, but maybe I need more than that. The famous rune farming area. It's the best before you can get to Moog, in my experience. There's so many of these little fellas. If you can get the jump on them before they hit you like that, regardless of how low level you are, you can probably kill them. They don't have a ton of health. It's just a great early game spot. Especially because they drop like, what? Yeah, 1,100 runes a kill. So even I'm at like level 20 right now, and I only need to kill like 3 guys per level. It's just such a good early game farm that whenever I find myself short on stats, I find myself here. It's just the way it goes. Just like that, I have a new level. That's all it takes. Man, I really might do Borderlands. Thoughts? Thoughts on Borderlands, chat? We do a little shooty and looty. I feel like Roland would maybe not be the best character to play to sell people on Borderlands streams, because Roland probably has the slowest clear speed in Borderlands 1. And I'm probably, like, that's specifically, I want to play Borderlands 1 and, like, hit up those loot farms. Borderlands 1, for me personally, has my favorite loot farming in the whole series, which is such an unpopular opinion. Because Borderlands 1 loot farming is entirely different to the rest of the series. In every other Borderlands game, the loot works as, like, each legendary that you're looking for drops from a specific enemy and has, like, a set chance to drop per kill. And so you go and farm, like, one boss over and over again. And there's an appeal to that. I don't dislike that. But Borderlands 1 loot farming is just all legendaries in the game have a chance to drop anywhere in the game. So when you find a legendary in Borderlands 1, it's always way more unexpected. And it always, I don't know. For me, it's a bigger dopamine hit when I get a legendary in 1 compared to the rest of the games. And I think it's just because, like, I'm not expecting it until you get late game and you play the DLCs, and there are two farms in the DLCs that once you've completed a certain, like, quest, or in one of the cases, once you've completed the whole main quest line of this DLC, there's, like, a big armory room with, like, dozens of chests in there, and you can just, like, keep save quitting and going back in and out and farming, like, 20 loot chests at a time. And when you're that late game and you're, like, fully scaled and everything, it's super high likelihood of getting legendaries. And also the chances that those chests have are higher. So you can just keep running, like, this little lottery spin and see what legendaries pop out of the chest each time you run it. There's something about that. I like that kind of loot farm way more. Did you beat him? No. I said, I'm not gonna bang my head against the wall fighting Margit of all bosses for the next, like, 30 minutes. I'm gonna go to the Caelid spot, grab, like, 5 levels of vigor just to get my health up, because I have a massive health problem right now fighting him, and then I'll go back and whoop his ass. As soon as I can just tank a little more damage, I'll be fine. So that's what we're doing. Honestly, if I leveled my endurance, I could wear heavier armor too, but I think a flat health buff might be better at this point in the game because I just have so little. But this will probably be a high endurance build because I'm going to be using like shield blocking. Margit is pretty brutal first boss. It's just because like if you fought Margit with his moveset at a late point in the game, he wouldn't be a problem. Well, he might be like a small problem, but he wouldn't be a big problem, right? He would be like he would be a road bump, but he wouldn't be like a Malekith or a Godfrey or something like that. Not Godfrey, Horalu. I know that I should distinguish between the two. When I say Godfrey, people think I mean the Piss Ghost, but I always mean Horalu when I talk about him. It's not like that, where it's gonna be like, oh, I need to spend an hour or two trying to beat this boss, because this guy's hard. But because they put Margit at a point where you're gonna be like level 20 fighting him, and he has that moveset, he's pretty brutal. He's the biggest skill check in Soulsborne. Probably. No. He might be, only because of how early he is. The actual biggest skill check in Soulsborne, in my opinion, would probably be Ornstein and Smo in Dark Souls 1. They're like the halfway point of the main story, and it's the craziest gank fight in Souls history. It's such a perfect... It's my favorite boss in all of Soulsborne as well. In case... I feel like I never talk about, like, favorite boss in all of Souls. Ornstein and Smo is my favorite. Just flat out. All the games. Those two are my favorite. They are such a good gank fight. It's exactly how you do it. They did the thing where they perfectly contrasted the two movesets between them. Like, one of them is a big target, moves really slowly, has really slow wind-ups, but if he hits you, it's like instant death. And one of them is a lot more agile, smaller target, has quicker attacks, pursues you more heavily. They did that thing where they just made them like two opposite sides of the coin and threw them in a room together. So good. Ornstein and Smo is perfect for a gank fight, that is. Not just overall as a boss, but for a gank fight, it's like as perfect as it can be. I wish Elden Ring had a good gank fight like that as like one of the mainline like progression bosses in the same way. Oh yeah, Godskin Duo. I said a good one. But yes, Godskin Duo is kind of Ornstein and Smo. At least a cheap imitation of them. Nowhere near as good. But similar idea, yeah. Problem with Godskin Duo, by comparison, is that they are both made as, like, individual bosses. So, they both kind of have their main archetype in a way, but they also have a lot of moves that will kind of make them a better all-around boss, right? Like, the big slow guy still has some pretty fast-moving attacks that will catch you off guard, and by contrast, the quicker guy still has some pretty slow and heavy-hitting attacks. Like, they're kind of rounded out because they're also individuals, right? Ornstein and Smo are only ever fought in the context of the gank fight. So they are only made with the intention of being fought together. And nothing else. And I think that that alone might just be what made them so much better. Because they were fully designed from the ground up for that context and that context alone. And now we're just getting into Cole's whole why I prefer a more structured game to an open world game. It's starting to get into that sort of design talk, where I'm like, something that's made with one purpose and one purpose only, that is planned for being put at a certain point in a player's journey, for me, will always beat out an open world game that has all these other variables included, and so things have to be designed with a lot more in mind. When you're more structured, you can like perfectly tweak and adjust things in a way that you just can't with open world games, you know? I think that's why I've always preferred more structure.
Thou art of passing skill.
quality over quantity is kind of just the gist of that idea for me. I would rather have a smaller game that has a lot more depth and fine-tuning in its smaller scope. I'll always be more impressed with a game like that. Like RE4 recently was one of those games. It's like the structure and the tuning and just the progression, all of it was just like spot on, and I loved it for the whole like 20 some hours. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna die again. No! Hello, Chiefs. Ow. I got swept. Ugh. It's okay. I don't have a skill issue. Margit does. Oh, God. Mercenaries is really fun. I've played a lot of Mercenaries. I'd say like an hour and a half of it. Just recording a bunch of footage of it for videos. It's so fun. My one thing is I wish that there were more characters, because the 4 characters that we got all feel so different and so fun to play as for all their own reasons. But, we know that, like, Separate Ways is coming as a DLC at some point as well. Hopefully free DLC. I wouldn't completely rely on that being the case, but we can dream that they'll do it because it was free in the original game, right? And whenever Separate Ways gets added, we'll probably get Ada and Wesker thrown in there. But the 4 that we've got right now, being able to play as Leon and have it feel like, you know, the base game does. But then also being able to play as, like, Luis, Krauser, and Hunk. It's funny that Hunk is in there. Just because Hunk isn't even in RE4 outside of Mercenaries. I love that they just have him in there because it's Hunk. And that Hunk is broken in the remake especially. This ain't a place for No Hero from Borderlands 2. I have to do Borderlands streams. Now I've got it in my head. I have to. I have to get Borderlands out of my system whenever my brain gets like this, so I could stream it. He was in OG. I know, in the OG and the remake. I just love when they throw Hunk in because it's Hunk, and of course he's there in the side mode. Hunk is just kind of the RE character that's never necessarily important, but just shows up because it's Hunk, and they just put him in everything for no reason. I love Hunk, just for that alone. He's great. Oh god, oh god, oh god. There we go. Hunk isn't a licensed chiropractor. Yeah, for people, because I haven't streamed Mercenaries, for people that don't know the game, Hunk has like the same melee system as Leon does in RE4, where if you stun an enemy, you can go up and do a melee attack, right? Like Leon's kicks and stuff. But instead of doing kicks and stuff like that, Hunk has one, well actually he has 2, but he has one melee attack that he almost always does. And he just, like, sidesteps around them and snaps their neck and insta-kills them every time he melees them. It's so... Hunk is made to be, like, the overpowered character that you get as, like, the last unlockable one. And he's super overpowered. But that... It's just so funny to run around snapping necks over and over, just, like, chaining it together with him. Oh, God. I've had a couple moments where I've thrown a flashbang out and just stunned every enemy in the area and gone on a chain of snapping like 5 necks in a row without doing anything else. He's super funny to play as. And his ability in the remake is that he just gets infinite ammo for his MP5. If you charge up the bar fully before you activate it, for like 30 seconds, you just run around, and it's like, it's bottomless clip kind of infinite ammo. Like, you don't have to stop shooting for 30 seconds straight. He's just made to be overpowered, and He's very overpowered. But it's fun. Oh god. Oh god. I shouldn't have done that. I feel like every time I buff mid-fight, I just distract myself and I end up taking hits. Maybe I should just not. God damn it. Why am I struggling with Margit? This isn't supposed to happen. I swear I don't have a skill issue. Radigan's Score Seal. It would be good on this build, wouldn't it? Because I have a quality weapon. And if I had more endurance, I could make better use of the shield. My health is low. Definitely my health is low at this level. It would be good. I'm trying to fight him with honor. I'm trying to not cheese him in some way. Even the fact that I went and grabbed like 3 levels of vigor before coming back, I didn't even want to do that. I was trying to push through it, push through the struggle. Honestly, if I use the shield more, if I use this Ashe more, I think I could definitely manage. Ow. It's so weird for me to find an Ashe that I like really enjoy using that I've never heard of or seen anyone use. This is not like a normal occurrence by any means. This never happens for me. Well, that's also because I normally spend time on the wiki figuring out what I want to put on my build before I start playing it. But today I just didn't. I just decided to go for it and see what happened. It's turned out pretty well for being like an improvised build as we go. It really could have turned out a lot worse. But my skill issue against Margit maybe makes it look not as good as it is. Dude, I can really just use the shield through bosses. I'm so not used to playing like this in Elden Ring. It's gonna take adjustment. Okay. I just didn't dodge that. The buff ended. Don't do too much against faith weapons. Is that why I'm taking Chip when he's using the ghostly weapons? Oh god, not again. The buff only lasts for a short amount of time. That's the biggest downside to it. That must be why I'm taking Chip with his like faith summoned swords and stuff. My phone is pinging out. I have a lot of noties right now. It's distracting me. No. He pulled out the sword and I thought I was gonna die to chip damage. I panicked. Straight up never used Ashes of War in my entire playthrough of Elden Ring. What? No. Ashes, like... I feel like Ashes are the core of, like, Elden Ring's combat. I really feel like they are. I'm fully out of water. I tipped it all the way back and got a drop. I had no idea I was that out of water. How much do I need for a level? I might grab more endurance too. I'm up to the point where I need like 4K. Bitch! That's what I thought. Thirsty ass. I sit here and talk for 4 hours on end. I drink so much when I'm streaming. Elden water. I need the Elden water. The Elden... What would they... I'm trying to think of something that would sound like it's in universe, but I can't. much I cough? Look, all I'm saying is maybe if you did. Although I have no clue. I'm just spitballing here, thinking out loud here. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Your shield is only blocking 39%. Considering how little damage it's doing, I guess that must just be the Ash. Yeah, okay. It against holy. Wait, against lightning, it really doesn't do a whole lot. It really doesn't, actually. Everyone thinks I'm a smoker. Maybe. I honestly didn't even notice that you coughed that much until you said it, though. To be fair. Like, I just didn't even put it together. But also, I'm really dense. That made me think of something, but maybe... It made me think of a story, but... Yeah. Oh, on a similar chat, you know what was the most disappointing most disappointing part of my day yesterday? I didn't tell this bit yesterday on stream. When I was traveling yesterday morning, getting back here, on my flight, I sat next to a very pretty lady. Pog, right? Because normally whenever I'm on a flight, I'm sat between like two 400-pound dudes, and I'm in the middle seat, and I'm like squished in. Right? I'm the tiny man in the middle. But this was not the case yesterday. We were talking because I'm a very talkative guy when I want to be. And it was going pretty good. Going pretty good. And then I realize you get cavity searched? No, get this. I was rizzing her up. I genuinely was. And then I realize that she's married, A, and B, her husband is in the seat behind us. Like, fuck, man. What's with that? You let me go for like an hour, and... Like, yeah. That happened on the plane back yesterday. That was great. Ah! Shit, I knew it. Because then what if you weren't flirting? No, I was. I'm not subtle. No, I was. It would be awkward if you weren't. I was. Yeah. Women don't normally. I mean, it's kind of on me. That, yeah. That's me being dense. Like, ring on the finger. I didn't catch it. I never knew. Cole's getting his ass whooped 40,000 feet in the air. You didn't? Yeah, exactly. I didn't catch the ring. Don't flirt with pretty women on airplanes? No, do. But, yeah, I got unlucky that time. It was going so well, too. You know, where you from? She was from here, flying back home. She was from a town that I know. Like, a town that's, like, 25 minutes from me. So I was like, Pog? It was going well. And then, I got the bitch slap. Bitch. I feel like I end up here a lot. Ah! Don't kill me again. Oh god, the other one's aggroed. Oh no. Okay, I'm running. I'm out. Nope. Wait, maybe. Maybe there's a chance. Yeah! Shield for the win, bitches. Oh god. I got hit again. This shield dash is actually really good. Oh no. Oh no. This is going well. I should not have looked at chat. I just always assume everyone is chatty. I can never tell if they're flirting. Yeah, I'm not rizzed enough to be subtle. It's pretty clear. I could just imagine her husband's hand reaching between the seats. It wasn't like that. But like, yeah, I don't know. That's right, this is empty. I'll have to go 25 minutes without. I accidentally rizzed someone up while talking about plants. I used to do that, or I didn't like realize when I was doing it. I used to have a complete lack of awareness in regards to when I was flirting, which led to some funny moments. So some genuinely funny moments with like yeah, anyway. There one time, completely unintentionally, I thought I was just being friendly to this one girl in high school. And then came to find out that when it came down to like our winter formal dance coming up, she was legit just like waiting on me or like a buddy of mine who had both been talking to her a lot to ask her to the dance. My buddy asked her, I didn't. Because again, I just thought I was being friendly. She was a new student that year. And now, those two are still dating. They've been dating for like 5 years now. And I still keep up with both of them because I'm still really close with the guy that ended up asking her, that friend of mine. So I still see both of them all the time. But I came to know that like later on, after the fact, and I was like, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even, that was not my intention at all. Oh god. Ah! Greatest Purge, thank you for the sub. Fuck! That's right, we tank it. I'm still like not even used to using my shield. I keep just dodging everything. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Chat! I haven't said it at all today because I'm really bad about it and I only just remembered. If you're enjoying the stream, remember to leave a like. Maybe, just maybe, I won't die to Margit again. Oh god. A lot of lurk subs today, you're on alert. I've been thanking them just in case, but I would pretty strongly bet that none of them are even in the stream. I've thought it every time. I would put money on it that they're all watching my shorts. Like, I would strongly put money on it. I would definitely bet against them actually being in the stream. But we thank just in case. Ow! Ah, shit. Speaking of, are we at 1.9? Because the shorts just kind of go 24/7. And we were pretty close to we were at 1.89 starting stream. Yeah, we're at 1.9. I had to look, I'm like, huh. I was only a few away when I started. I think I was like 6 away when I started. And if I got 3 noties in chat from people subbing, because, you know, the whole thing with, like, the majority of subs don't even show. through alerts or anything. I told you shorts are a goldmine for subs. Yeah, I've had a couple of moments recently though, where I've considered stopping, even though they are getting a ton of subs, because they're not converting to live viewership. Issue is converting, yeah, exactly. I've considered stopping shorts just because of that. I don't want to inflate my channel and not have the stream viewership go up. But I've kind of accepted the reality over the last few months that I might have gone from a streamer who occasionally does the YouTube thing to a YouTuber who does a streaming thing for fun and not for growth. I've kind of accepted that reality of the channel at this point. So that's really how it's going at this point. But like, you know, the video thing is practically the main thing now, and the stream is the side thing. $2K isn't really inflating. We were at 1.7 like a week ago. Well, we were at like what, 1.77. I shouldn't say it's a whole that big of a jump. We were at like 1.77 like a week and a half ago, maybe. Like, yeah, the shorts growth has been really fast. And it's so passive that, like, even when I missed a day, that day was still, like, the best sub growth of anything previous to the year. Ah. I just did what? Oh, the name change. Oh. Ah, yeah. Good catch, Falls. Stay away. Stay away. I need to stop looking at chat while I'm fighting him. I can't believe that I'm stuck on Margit again. We go for the fast one. That's not a whole lot faster. I can just move that. It's practically useless. Why can I hold it? It didn't increase the amount I healed at all. I tested it. It did not do shit. Ow. Oh yeah, that's the good shit. Once I get used to shields, at least using this Ashe especially, it might actually be a really strong playstyle still in Elden Ring. It's just felt weird to me because I'm so not used to using a shield in this game. Heavy armor, greatsword, hit trade, everything. You can do that. At prom, I thought I may have developed a feeling for her. I was just kind of like, whoa. I wanted to ask for a dance, but I was too afraid to. Yeah, that's a common thing in high school. One of my buddies had a crush on this girl in our class for like years. And I would so constantly try to convince him to even just talk to her. Never. Like, he would never do it. He was too afraid to. It was so sad. Never went anywhere. Before someone thinks that there's gonna be a turnaround on this at the end, like, it never happened. Was the girl hot? Yeah. I mean, hot is a weird word for me. It's not a common descriptor that I would genuinely, like, unironically use, but she was pretty attractive, yeah. I'm doing well though, Unicorn. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna play Borderlands on stream soon. Because I have that game on the brain and I need to get it out of my system. And rather than wasting my free time, I'll make it into a stream thing. Sorry, I had an idea that I thought was pretty good and then maybe not as much as I think. I was like, what if I farm gear and shit on stream and then do Borderlands shorts about like gear or whatever the fuck. But then I thought, there's probably not too much of a market. Radigan Seal, you know you wanna. I kinda do. I feel like it would get me through the fight, like, really fast. But I feel like Radigan Seal is kind of cheesing early on. It's a band-aid. This is like a band-aid to my skill issue with Margit, in all fairness. But it's also like, once I get these levels, I keep these levels. You know? Radigan Seal, whatever it's called. It's a band-aid that I'm going to take off as soon as I don't need it anymore. This, at least, it's like, it gets me past Margit, and it's more progression later on that's just done. I don't think I've ever had an issue with Margit. I honestly don't think I've ever been stuck on him for as long as I have been today. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I'm struggling for no reason. I've never struggled against Margit like this. Even, like, it took me less time to beat him with a club at level, like, 5. I've never done a level 1 run of the game. But, I beat him with a club at, like, level 5 one time. And it didn't even take me this many tries. I don't know what's happening today. I think maybe the shield is throwing me off, even. The fact that I'm just, like, consciously trying to force myself to use it. But it is because I think once I get used to using this Ash on the shield, it can be really good, especially if I raise my endurance more and get a better shield. Like, if I can get another medium shield that just is 100% on physical, but that also, like, guards against elemental attacks just better than this, this Ash would probably be kind of broken. Like, if I could actually use it even without chip damage to certain attacks, I mean, that would be insane. Like, I can just use it to block all of Margit's attacks right now with no chip damage that aren't the summoned weapons, right? It works against all of it, and it uses very little stamina when you're using the Ash. It's pretty much like you use your FP bar instead of your stamina bar. And it's great. But I just have to get used to using shields. I've never really done shields outside of the one time I did a parry build. But parry is very different from block. It's two completely different styles, right? So I really haven't ever played Elden Ring with this kind of play style and setup. It's new for me, doing like an actual block build. I'm level 148 and still have Radigan on me? No, I'm that min-maxing fiend. The seals that just, or sorry, the talismans that just straight up like raise stats, I don't use because I know that if I want 5 more of whatever stat or something, I can just grind runes. The talismans I can use for just like percentage buffs, right? Like the Scorpion Charm that's raising my holy damage right now that I randomly wandered upon and has been very helpful. It's kind of neat how I just randomly find stuff like that when I just start up a new character and say, fuck it, I'll find stuff as I go. It's been really interesting to do it this way because I haven't done this in ages. Ooh, Turtle Talisman would be good at this point in the game. Not that you said that, but just you said Turtle Talisman, now I'm like, oh. Because yeah, if I were using a shield, which I'm going to be, Turtle Talisman would be really good, actually. Maybe I should pick it up. Even though right now, I'd probably rather have the Scorpion Seal. Just for the percent buff to my holy damage. The second Talisman slot that I get opened up, I might want to throw the Turtle Talisman in. Get the extra endurance. Because it's stamina regen, right? It's not endurance. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be thinking of like a ring from Dark Souls instead. But I think it is like, it's your stamina regen instead of just giving you an endurance buff. Maybe I'm getting it confused. I think I might be. I might be thinking of a ring in like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, something like that. It is stamina regen. Never mind. I was right. Don't think I've ever found Turtle Pope. What? You've been playing the game wrong the whole time. There's not many wrong ways to play Elden Ring. A playthrough with no Turtle Pope is a wrong way. Hate to break it to you. There aren't many wrong ways to play, but that is one of them. I love that, like, that attack will just wipe my health bar at this point in the game. But I just pop this Ash, and not only do I block it, but I block it without using, like, any stamina. I really like this Ash. I just have to get used to using it. That's all. And once I'm used to using it, it's game over. I'm a defensive powerhouse once I get used to it. Nothing can stop me. Even I've found the Turtle Pope and I've never played the game. Exactly. Uh-oh. See there? I was in my recovery. There goes like 3 levels of runes that I had stocked up there. I can't believe that I just did that. I was trying to force myself to use the shield. It happens. It happens. Hopefully I don't die too much playing Borderlands. Wait, why am I even getting on Torrent to go for the rune pile? There's no reason to. Which hurts. Maybe I don't need more health. Should I maybe pump some damage scaling stats? Like, I'm using a quality sword. What if I just used the broadsword, a sacred broadsword, through the whole game? I've been known to use early game gear the whole way through. I have been known. Anyone who was here for my first blind playthrough of Elden Ring, I started as a samurai, and I wore the default samurai armor fighting Elden Beast. I never took it off. What? Ah, shit. I thought I was still alive for a second when he stood up. I genuinely played the entire game with like the default armor on my first playthrough of the game. It was very funny. People constantly told me that I should change my armor. I never did. Not once did I ever take that shit off. It was beautiful. Maybe I do this whole playthrough with this sword, this shield, and the Rick cosplay. I think that this is the sword that they use too. Or at least it's insanely similar to the one they use. To the point where it's still, like, it's their shield. The Soldier of Rick cosplay build is going strong. Why you gotta be like that? No, they're 10 points. No. How could you? It all adds up. It's a numbers game. I'm holding off on the craziest event. The one that's gonna be the big shakeup. I have a big shakeup event written down that I do want to bring out at some point, but I'm holding off for the time being. It's one that, to be fair, it's not going to break the game in the sense of, like, if any one team has only, like, one member participating, it will completely change everything. It'll still have to be, like, a group effort, which is kind of the whole point of the system anyway. I liked the stream. Did I do good? Yes. Yes, you did. Liking the stream is a very good. It'll still be a group effort, but it'll be a big shakeup when it happens. Where you basically erased all of the ghost points, right? Yeah, just me waking up one day and entering chat and hitting the reset ghosts command. That's exactly what it is. You figured it out. Before you were supposed to. Could you imagine? People would lose their shit. If I just reset the ghosts flat out. The goblins got bit by the vampires, now they're all on the same team. No, I do want to leave it with 3 teams. 3 teams is good. Because right now, the ghosts have such a lead that the other 2 teams might as well be on the same team. But rivalries can form if the ghosts are dethroned. It happened even a little bit on day 1 between like Tom and Sepper. Tom being vampires, Sepper being goblins, where those 2 started taking shots and betraying each other on day 1. Tom faked an alliance with the goblins on day 1. He said, yeah, we'll be allies with you. We'll team up against the ghosts. And then he immediately started attacking the goblins. He backstabbed them straight up. It was so funny. Like, as soon as the ghosts, or even just as soon as the competition closes in, it doesn't even have to be that the ghosts aren't winning anymore. It's just as soon as it gets closer. Like, it'll start to be shots firing off in all directions. Ow! Fuck! Oh boy. We could pull it back if there was a reset. You probably could. Tom with all his foolery. It really was tomfoolery. It came out of nowhere. I didn't expect it. I saw that they were working together, and then immediately Tom was like, psych, you thought. Give each team an ultimate they can use once per stream? Oh, let me write that down. Let me write that down. Shit, hold on. Okay. I had to find my notepad for the faction war shit. I feel like the more active chatters seem to be ghosts. Not all of them, just most. That is a true reality. That a lot of you guys just immediately went to ghosts on day 1 and you became a stacked team. But slowly the other teams are growing. I think the biggest handicap to one team, I am about to call out one person in specific, but it's fine. The biggest handicap to a certain team right now is that False joined the vampires and I have not seen her use any of the commands ever. She was like, yeah, put me on vampires, but she doesn't she doesn't engage with the system at all. It's funny. Cause she did like specifically ask to be put on vampires to me directly. She didn't even do the reaction thing in the server. She just said, yeah, put me on vampires. And I did. But she hasn't engaged with it once. False really holding the team back right now. Because she's here pretty often. You know, she could definitely be a strong contender for MVP on the team. She puts the time in, but she doesn't do anything with it. Can't spell false without an L. Oh god, now if anyone ever says that in her chat, she's gonna immediately, like, if Cheems were to go into False's chat and say that exactly, she would probably immediately assume that it was me. Anyone who has crossover, if they were to say that in her chat, she'd be like, did Cole tell you this? Ever since that one time that I told Snooze while he was in my chat, it was just one comment where I said, Snooze, do you agree with me that if you hear one Discord ping, it could be anything? But if you hear 2 back-to-back, you know that it's false with like 90% confidence rating. And if you hear 3, all within the span of like 10 seconds, you know for 100% like confidence that it is false. Ever since I said that to Snooze. And Snooze told her that I said that. She's like, oh, so you're just talking shit when I'm not there now, huh? Is that it? That one's on Snooze. That one's on Snooze. It's scary how fast False type. That's exactly what I was saying to Snooze. She types so fast that she doesn't, like, even stop to think if there's anything she wants to add to the message. So that's why she like double, triple, sometimes quadruple messages, because she'll like type a message up real quick, send. And then she'll think, oh, I forgot this part. Types it up, send. And sometimes it happens up to like 4 times at once on certain conversations. My favorite thing that I've been doing recently is I've been taking screenshots of some of my Discord DMs that are like completely out of context. And there's one that's really good. I can't show it on stream. They're all on my phone. But there's one that's really good that just happened while I was in Denver. But I was messaging with False about something. And the screenshot is it's such a good one. It's just me saying, we need to get you one of these, and it's a picture of a Webster's dictionary. And she just, she starts spamming back in all caps. And it's just like, I love my out-of-context Discord screenshots. It's become my new favorite genre of images on my phone. I get descaling with Faith, even not using Golden Vow. So if I want to scale damage, it's going to be Faith. For the time being. There's context to me saying it. It wasn't like some random, like out of nowhere jab at her. It's like an in-context joke that I told her she needed a dictionary. But she responded angrily. And so now I have a good screenshot with no context to it. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're going to be doing Borderlands soon, because I just need to get that game out of my system. So we'll do at least, like, a playthrough of that. Granted, it's not the longest game if you just do a playthrough. If you really grind it, you can get some longevity, but it's not a super long game. The Last of Us, if the PC port's better, I think I am going to go in and play it a little bit. Like, start up just a game from the beginning. See if it runs better. And if it does, I will continue with it where we are. If it doesn't, I'm just going to wait for the port to be fixed, and then we can try it again. Because the way the port is right now, it's just not enjoyable. Like, playing it at 20 FPS with muddy textures just sucks. So I'm just going to wait for it to get fixed at this point, whenever that is. It might already be fixed. I don't know. Anyway. Dead Island 2 coming out soon. We're going to be playing that. Jedi Survivor coming out soon. We're going to be playing that. Tears of the Kingdom coming out in a month. We're going to be playing that. So come back another time. Also at 2K, we're doing the Beardathon, where I clean shave my beard, and then I'm not even going to be allowed to trim it for however long, depending on a bunch of factors. Anyway. Also, if you enjoyed the stream, feel free to go ahead and leave a like. It helps out a lot with algorithm. Check out links in the description if you're looking to engage with the community outside of YouTube. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, stuff like that's all down there. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see all of you guys back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.